Why am I green? Why am I green? There we go, I'm no longer green. Ava, snacks, and welcome to my web. Your Spidere girl, cutie, pepper, pebbles. And, we're going to be doing some more visual novel work today. Hello, hello. Hope everyone is good. It's nice to eat you, and yummy, yummy, so tasty. Hello, Joshua Andre, Sage Hope, Jay Hill, and Stowaway. Hello. You're all cool and great. I'm gonna put on some of my music for today. Yeah, we're chilling. We're gonna be chilling, like usual. It's been really nice doing these streams with how chill they have been. I've enjoyed it. Okay, so let me slide over my windows. All my windows. I'm sliding over all my windows. How's everybody doing today? How's everyone's day been? Please do tell. Oh, Pepper dating sim. I'm opening up the files. Okay. Open up the files. Let me see, going to the other screen. It's even though it's not a gaming day, we're doing a gaming, we're going to the gaming screen. It's always the gaming screen, that's just what it's called. There we go. That's the shit. Oh, and now I gotta widen it. I gotta widen the stuff. I've been having a really good day today, to be honest. I've been feeling really good. I just had lunch, and I kind of am in that, like, oh my gosh, I just ate food, and it was really good, and now I want to nap. I'm in that nappy, peppy mode. You know, sleepy, peppy mode. That, and also, like, I think I always have so much trouble waking up in the morning. Every time, all the time, every single morning, it sucks. And I was talking with Manal about it, who said that a lot of people actually need like 9 or 10 hours of sleep. And I was like, oh, that's unfortunate. And so I tried doing that. I tried getting 9 hours of sleep yesterday, and it was pretty good. I actually woke up pretty rested. And then last night I got 8 hours of sleep again. And I woke up today just feeling like exhausted. So maybe I do need more than 8 hours, which is weird. So I was like tired today, and then I was doing really good, and then I ate, and now I'm all nappy again because I ate. How is everybody else? JL says it's time for more novel maxing. You're so right. Story says it's VN time. Let's VN all over the place. And then Story says, boo, toxic pepper. I was a little bit toxic there, wasn't I? Today is Wednesday. That is accurate, Andre. Story says, I love these streams. I'm so glad. Andre says, then tomorrow is Thursday, right? Yes, that is true. So he says, my day has been good. I started playing the Horse Girl Gotcha game in honor of the biggest horse girl hussy. Oh, don't remind me. Oh, dear. Andre says, nothing much, just exploring in the wild. You're exploring in the wild? Cool. What does that mean? Are you out in the wilderness? So he says, I sleep for like 10 hours. It still takes me like 4 hours to wake up. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's tough. I'm so sorry. Maybe you're sleeping too much? Could that be a part of it? Because sometimes if you sleep too much, it makes you tired also, which is annoying. Like, you sleep too little, you're tired. You sleep too much, you're tired. You have to get that exact amount, otherwise you're tired. I hate it. Andre says, do you always have a hard time sleeping? Yeah, I've had that for years and years and years. I've always had trouble sleeping. Whether it be, like, I never really have trouble once I'm asleep, but it's usually I just take forever to fall asleep. Or I take forever to, like, wake up in the morning. Like, I'll wake up and get up, and then I'll just be, like, so exhausted for, like, hours. Literal hours. And it's very annoying. I had an idea for this stream, Snacks. I had an idea. I was thinking, since Project Pepper is kind of just where I work on stuff that I work on, it's just any of those things. And since I haven't made one in a bit, I thought instead of starting immediately with a visual novel, before we do the visual novel stuff, maybe I'll make another card, like you see above me. Maybe I should make some more cards, because I think that could be a good idea. I think we need more cards. I haven't made one in ages, and I think I should. Andre says, well, yes, but I almost got attacked by an animal. Oh my god, are you okay? What happened? What type of animal? What the hell? I hope everything's okay. Sorry, says, my relationship with dreaming makes my sleep not great. I'm sorry. So I said, what? That's so cool, but I'm glad you're okay, Andre. Everyone's like, whoa, Andre, it's so cool you almost fucking died. That's fucking awesome. But I hope you're okay. I do hope you're okay. Yeah, but I thought maybe before we do the vision novel stuff, maybe we'll make a card. Because, like I said, I haven't made one in a while, and I think this would be a good way to get me to make more of them. Let's see where I have the cards saved. Oh. Yeah, okay. This is one of the last cards I have made. I'll show it in a second. Let's see. I think I've made cards on streams before. There we go. Okay. Music has to repeat. It didn't repeat. There we go. Now it's repeating. You have, Nami says, the lore! Yeah, Project Pepper streams are also just kind of lore streams in a way, aren't they? Which is fun also. Okay, so, oh, I gotta reshape this fucking... there we go. Okay, so this is one of the last cards we made. It was one of the Zack cards. I think we can figure out first a character to make a card of. We have 35 cards, so this one will be the 36th card. Who should we make it of? Or what should we make it of? We can do a character, a person, a location, a species in the world. Snowleen. Oh my god. Snowleen is kind of a good idea, actually. Let's do that. Let me grab a picture of Snowleen. Oh my goodness. Oh fuck. That's... I still am so unsure about how okay this is for YouTube. Maybe I should like... maybe I should like... Oh god, Snowleen. Oh fuck. Oh jeez, let me just trace around your shaft. Maybe I should... Maybe I'll do this. Does anyone here not know who Snowleen is, by the way? Does anyone here not know who Snowleen is? Because this is Snowleen. You know, actually, kind of doing the, like, the fucking blur kind of makes it even better. You remember Snowleen? Okay, good. Snowleen censored. The peen is basically just like a drawn on the wall peen. It's like when you do graffiti, so it's not that bad, but I do want to be careful. All right, so all right, we have the art and the character chosen. Let's add Snowleen on here. I'm gonna save first. This is card number 36. Snowleen. Snowleen. Okay, so first we'll do the text here if it lets me. There you go. Snowleen. I think this will be a good way to start off this stream. Snowleen. And then we start removing Zach's body parts, including the entirety of Zach's body parts. And oh, Snowleen is tiny. It's a little bit tiny of an artwork. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is nice. This is good. This is nice and good. Okay. Cool. Oh. Let's change up some of the alignment of some of these so they don't look like they're as much as they're copy. Look so much like they're being copy pasted. There you go. Now they don't look as copy pasted. Okay. Alright. Or mirrored, I should say. Alright. What a good fucking card. What is Snowleen? Snowleen is a trans snow woman. But what is the like species? Is Snowleen like one of a kind? I think that she is, right? I don't think there's any other Snowleens. I feel like there's no other Snowleens. There's only the one Snowleen. What do you think, Snacks? I think there's only the one Snowleen, which means she could be a god. Snowleen the god. Or maybe a cryptid. Maybe she's a fucking cryptid. I kind of like that. The giant trans snow woman? Yeah. She's the way she is because she chooses to be. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, can you hand me the nail clippers, please?
Jody wants me to hand something over.
Thank you.
But welcome. But welcome, entity. But Bendum entity. Good timing since we were just talking about cryptids. Who here remembers the fucking Bendum entity?
I do.
I know you do, Jody.
I do.
I know you do, Jody. Okay. Cryptid. Trans snow woman. Wowman. Trans snow woman. Ugh. Okay. Age, I think, is unknown. Gender, female, she, her.
She's not a cryptid though, I've seen her.
I get it. Height? Oh shit. How high? How tall is Snowleen? Fuck. Does anyone remember how many blocks tall she was in Minecraft? I'm gonna check real quick, but I'm not gonna stream it because BDS stuff. But I'm gonna check real quick. Bow, 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 bow. 24 feet? Do you just... Is that accurate, or are you just saying that? So he says, ooh, I like cryptid. There's something daunting about a cryptid who is so big it's scary to think about how they stay so hidden. Yeah. Yeah.
1 million blocks! What the hell? That's a large snow dick.
That's a big snow dick. I'll report back with my findings in a couple of moments. Andre says, well, I'm kind of confused. What are you confused about? By a drop bear? What's a drop bear? You got attacked by... Almost got attacked by a drop bear? Andre? What are you confused about also? Joe says, well, going off the size of the person, I would guess like 24 feet would be her for real. You think so? Like if this person's 6 feet tall, then it'd be like 6, and then like 12, and then like 18, 24.
If it helps, every 10 feet or
Maybe
so
like
is
30.
like one story.
Every what?
Every 10 feet is one story, give or take.
Okay.
If that helps. Like when I think about mechs, that's what helps me like conceive of the scale.
I see. Thank you, Jody. The documents are coming up. Just I think we decided she was an avatar of a goddess or something that worship of her is done by making snow people, and if she likes it, she inhabits it. But that might be Laura made up to fill out her story. That could have been. I kind of like the idea of her being a cryptid, but that could still be part of it. I think she could still be a cryptid, and that could still be part of the lore. It's kind of like what's his face? I don't remember. What's his face? Something the snowman? What's his name? And why is my brain saying Charlie? It's not Charlie the snowman, right? What is it? What's the fucking name? Is it Charlie the snowman? Jody, do you know?
No, also here.
It's Frosty. Why would I think Charlie?
What? Oh, you were thinking of fucking Frosty? I knew Frosty.
Yeah, I was trying to think of Frosty the snowman, but my brain was saying Charlie for some
I
reason.
was so sure you must have been talking about something else.
Yeah, J-Ho says, Frosty the snowman! Frosty! Check Twitter! That's a reference to something. Oh, okay.
Look Twitter.
Look Twitter! That's the quote. So, let me think here. Yeah, it's kind of like Frosty the Snowman. It's kind of what my brain's thinking, where it's like, I don't know. Like, you know when you put that top hat on a snowman and then it becomes Frosty the Snowman? That's kind of what my brain's doing. You know? You know? So it's like, so you make a snow person out in the world, and then you make a snow person out in the world, and then there's a chance that, like, oh yeah, it could be like, you know, when, like, what's the Bloody Mary thing, like, oh, don't do this in front of the mirror at 1 a.m. It's like that. If you if you say Snowlene's name 3 times in a row in any, like, in the woods anywhere, out in front of a snowman that you've built, and on that snow person you put a dick and balls and boobs and maybe like a drop of, like, a handprint of blood or something, I don't know, then there's a chance that Snowlene will appear. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the information. I'm just kind of saying stuff. Snowlene, Snowlene, Snowlene. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm counting the feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. She's 27 meters. And if you include the hat, then it's 28, 29, 30. Wait, shit. 28 meters is what I said? 27? 27? 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 30. Oh, wait. It's so hard to count. Let me see. Ooh, okay, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Okay, 37 meters, if you include the hat. Are we including the hat, Snacks? What do you think? Do we include the hat? Meters to feet. I think we can include the hat. 121 feet! 121 feet! Oh boy. That's because, like, every block is like a meter, and so 37 meters is 121 feet.
Oh, dear God.
Okay. Yeah, she is 121 feet tall. Maybe this person should look a lot smaller then. Height, 121 feet. 0.3. So we'll say, like, I don't know. What's a 3? Like, from 4 inches. 4 inches. 121 foot 4. Home. The home is various wooded, various winter, various woods during the winter. Okay. Let's see. Hang on a second. This is being strange. I'm just trying to align it so it's like you can't see the window that opened up here, unfortunately. But yeah, I was just trying to align it. Okay. Various woods during the winter. Birthday. When did we make Snowleen? We have to give Snowleen a birthday. Holy heck. When did this happen? Oh, I don't know. Was it in the title? I have no clue. I have no clue. Oh, it was during Christmas. What the heck am I saying? Yeah, right. Fuck. Yeah, it was literally Christmas Day. What am I saying? Okay. Silly Pepper. Silly Pepper. July 21st is a good birth date? Is that your birth date? The Christmas episode. The more I look up the image, the more I see that scene from Blade Runner. She is this world's version of Jack Frost. Whoa. Okay, let me search up my calendar and we can look at that stuff. Because... oh. So, let's see. So, December 25th equals what in the Cognatus calendar of my world and universe? Let's see. 25th is... so let's go backwards. So 20... I think I can show this information here. Let me do this.
Death had her brain skeleton.
Don't mind that. Okay, so this is like December 25th this year. Okay, so December 25th is here. Yes, this is Signori, the month of the Overlord, Signori. And so this would be the 28th of Signori. So 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23. Okay. So the 23rd of Signori. Okay. 23rd of Signori. Signori, not Signoru. Month of the Overlord, right? Month of the Overlord. Month of the Overlord. December 25. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Alright. Sweet. 23rd of Signori, month of the Overlord, December 25th. What about brain spilled? What are you talking about? So I think a Christmas birthday makes sense. I share birthday with a character card you have above you right now. You do? The Calliope card? What was her birthday? I don't remember. I could check my information just right now. I had it open, right? Oh yeah, coming up. There, you're right. On the 21st, I get it. July 21st. Nice. Okay. I should add that to the calendar on here though. December 25th. I'm adding it to my calendar. Snowlene's birthday. Snowlene's birthday. So now I will be reminded every year when we reach Snowlene's birthday. Okay. And I have to have it repeat every year. Yeah. Okay, Snowlene's birthday is now set in my calendar. Officially. Okay, now we can go back to this. Okay, so we can also actually go to this again, where I can... Oh. It's so... This capture is so strange. Oh. There we go. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Okay, so I can go here and open up... Let's see... I can open up Spidere decks and ability classes, that's what we want, because that's what we're doing next, which is the this text right here. So we have all of these. She's probably Lecter or Nidus, I think. Has super level or unknown level abilities. Be cautious around, can be unpredictable, can destroy or dismantle. Probably not fully god level abilities. Most powerful known beings, often seen as divine, can end the world, often referred to as Daiden. Arcadian of omnipotent, omniscient level abilities, impossible to comprehend, can do whatever it wants. So probably, I think Lecter, honestly. Like, I think she's still going to be pretty slow, and she's not going to be, like, fully... Like, all of these have pretty big range. Like, Lecter can mean, like, a person with, like, a decent amount of political power, or it can mean, like, a big monster who could, like, walk into a city and destroy the city. Nidus is, like, yeah, more like god levels, but we don't... Gods in this world aren't, like, capital G. They're, like, lowercase g. So I think we're gonna go with Lecter. Oh, wait, you guys weren't even seeing this. I meant this stuff here. I don't know if you saw this. This is the stuff I'm talking about. So, like, each of these has a pretty decent, like, range, like I said. Yeah, like, if you can be Lecter and be a, like, just a person with a decent amount of political power, or you can be Lecter and just be a giant monster that can, like, walk in and destroy a city. Like, both of those are within Lecter, but while being very different. Nidus is, like, god stuff. So we'll go with Lecter, I think. Okay. Lecter is the ability class. I vote Snowlene for political power. Oh, shit. Okay, now we gotta get some text in here. What's our description for Snowlene? A mythical being. Snowlene. Snowlene can be... Snowlene's existence is often debated. Many thinking her to be a joke. Poor Snowlene. Though, if you were to want to test this theory, you would want to go into the woods during So she's not from Mostai, or she is from Mostai Lost. She's not from Earth, I think, right? Yeah, because she's in the Triblascus world. Okay, yeah. Mythical being Snowlene's existence is often debated, many thinking her to be a joke. Though if you were to want to test this theory, you'd want to go into the woods during... Ooh, what is the fucking winter season again? Calendar again. But this is the other calendar. And seasons... Whitefall. Simple fucking super easy to remember. Very basic sounding winter name during Whitefall. We want to create a snow person with breasts and I feel like I don't want to just say penis, but with breasts and what's another word for penis that's not dick or cock? I'm searching up thesaurus penis. Penis synonyms. Synonyms. I know how to spell synonyms right. Phallus. Erection. PP! Yeah! Lunchbox. Haven't heard that one before.
Lunchbox?
Lunchbox is apparently a synonym for
No,
penis.
No, it's not.
Jody says no, it's not, but I'm looking at it. Membrum virile, nerve, propagator, verge, pizzle. What's pizzle? And there's view 61 vulgar slang words. Prick, knob, chopper, dingaling. Dingaling isn't a vulgar slang word. Fucking dingaling. Dong, shaft, boner.
Ding-a-ling-dong.
What?
Ding-a-ling-dong.
Dingaling dong. Length. Johnson.
Sergeant Johnson.
Whoa.
Oh no.
Pencil. The pisser. That's kind of funny. The pisser. Stiffy. Tube. Weapon. Horn. Weenie. With a weenie. Oh, this is funny. Schmeat. I could say Schmeat. That'd be good. With breasts and Schmeat. Create a snow person with breasts and Schmeat. And with breasts and Schmeat. Topped with a drop of blood. Okay, so mythical being Snowlene's existence is often debated. Many thinking her to be a joke. Though, if you were to want to test this theory, you would want to go into the woods during Whitefall, create a snow person with breasts and Schmeat, topped with a drop of blood. Under a top hat. And topped with blood under a top hat. At this point, it is said she may be summoned into the snow person's form. So, a mythical being, Snowlene's existence is often debated, many thinking her to be a joke. Though, if you were to want to test this theory, you would want to go into the woods during Whitefall, create a snow person with breasts and Schmeat, and topped with a drop of blood under a top hat. At this point, it is said she may be summoned into the snow person's form. She would be summoned. Okay. Okay. I think that's a good description. Now we just have to figure out what the quote would be. What would the quote be? What's the sign for Snowling Says? I think it's just like happy, or like Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays 2025. Introducing Snow. It's introducing
I
Snowleen.
about the way that you like yelled her name.
Yeah, and her yeah. Yeah. Introducing Snowleen and her cack. Spidere Lux Veracerme. That's who did the quote. It's me. I am the person who did the quote. Okay. We're gonna have to shrink some of this text. If you want to, see so yourself. Maybe. A mythical being, Snowling's existence is often debated, many thinking her to be a joke. Though if you were to want to test this theory, you want to go into the woods during Whitefall, create a snow person with breasts and schmeat, and topped with a drop of blood under a top hat. At this point, it is said she will be summoned into the snow person's form. Maybe if you remove this part. Snowling's existence is often debated, many thinking her to be a joke. Though, if you were to want to test this theory, you would want to go into the woods during Whitefall. To the woods. Into snow-covered woods. There we go. Okay, Snowleen's existence is often debated, many thinking her to be a joke. Though, if you were to want to test this theory, you would want to go into snow-covered woods, create a snow person with breasts and schmeat, and topped with a drop of blood under a top hat. At this point, it is said she will be summoned into the snow person's form. Introducing Snowleen and her cack. Okay. I can also do this a little bit. Yeah, okay. Okay, so Snowling's existence is often debated, many think her to be a joke, though if you were to want to test this theory, you would want to go into snow-covered woods, create a snow person with breasts and schmeat, and topped with a drop of blood under a top hat. At this point, it is said she'll be summoned into the snow person's form. Introducing Snowleen and her cack. Spidere Lux Veracerme. Okay, cool. Various wooded areas. With snow on the ground. Various wooded areas with snow on the ground. Okay. Okay. Now we just want to change the colors, and I think we're good. Let's do... We'll do the... I have usually two backgrounds. There's like the dot one, and then there's the dramatic one. Since she's a bit more of a silly character, we'll do the dots one. And we'll make the color be like... kind of like a Christmas green, I think. And this could be... Let's see... Let's see here. What color? I guess red is the other Christmas color, so. Oh, that looks horrendous. Ugh. 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 Blech. Blech. Oh, the color is so gross. Oh, that pattern is so disgusting. Let's let's keep it like that and then make the border. We'll make the border like red. I think that'll work. There we go. That looks good. Okay. And then... Oh... I gotta change the color of this to... Do we want it to be also red? Probably. Okay, and then we can have the text be green again. Okay, that's good. Same color. Same color. Okay, there we go. We have finished a new card. Snowleen! Cryptid trans snow woman. Snowleen's existence is often debated, many thinking her to be a joke. Though if you were to want to test this theory, you would want to go into snow-covered woods, create a snow person with breasts and schmeat, and topped with a drop of blood under a top hat.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Something about the way those words flow is bothering me a little bit.
Fix it.
Hold on.
I'm never good with the flow of words, but Jody is.
So, if you were to want to test this theory, you would want to go. Like, you gotta get rid of one of those want to.
So, like... If you were to want to test this theory, go into snow-covered woods like
honestly,
that.
Even just to test this theory, go into snow-covered woods. Like, I think that makes it work better.
Oh. How about just... Though to test this theory...
I don't like though too.
Okay, so just to test this theory?
Yeah, we could still add more if you wanted to in some way. I just don't think in that particular way. If you want to add more text.
Snowleen's existence is often debated, many thinking her to be a joke.
Even like to test this theory,
One would, maybe?
Yeah.
One would go into snow-covered woods, create a snow person with breasts and schmeat, and top with a drop of blood under a top hat.
Or even like to test this theory according to legend, one would.
According to legend. Okay, thank you, Jody.
No problem.
Snowleen's existence is often debated, many thinking her to be a joke. To test this theory, according to legend, one would go into snow-covered woods, create a snow person with breasts and schmeat, and topped with a drop of blood under a top hat. At this point, it is said she would be summoned into the snow person's form. The quote being, "Introducing Snowleen!" And her kyak! Spidere Lux Verastrame. Age, ? Gender, female, she, her. Height 121 foot 4. Home various wooded areas with snow on the ground. Birthday 23rd of Signori. Month of the Overlord, December 25th. Okay. I think that looks pretty good, right, Snacks? I think we have a new card. Snowleen, Snowleen, Snowleen. Snowleen, 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 Snowleen. And then you accidentally summon her because of that. You're singing that song.
That's good, actually. That's really good.
Maybe I should make it 4 times instead. Create a snow with breast and feet, and top of the top of blood, and her top hat. I forgot to actually include that part. At this point, repeat her name 4
The other thing I was gonna
4
say
times.
was like say girl cock 3 times into like the snow.
Girl cock.
Into like an ice mirror or something.
That's funny. I think the whole song bit though is good.
Yeah, that's better.
Sing her name. Sing her name. Snowlean's existence is often debated, many thinking her to be a joke. To test this theory, according to legend, one would go into snow-covered woods, create a snow person with breasts and schmeat, and topped with a drop of blood under a top hat. At this point, sing her name 4 times, and it is said she would be summoned into the snow person's form. Okay. The text is kind of... Gotta do that again. Okay. There we go. Okay, one more time. Snowlean's existence is often debated, many thinking her to be a joke. To test this theory, according to legend, one would go into snow-covered woods, create a snow person with breasts and schmeat, and topped with a drop of blood under a top hat. At this point, sing her name 4 times, and it is said she would be summoned into the snow person's form. I think it should be at nighttime too, right? To test the theory according to legend. Well, during the night, one would go. Or during the night. Maybe that's still okay? To test this theory, according to legend, during the night, one would go into snow-covered woods, create a snow person with breasts and schmeat, and topped with a drop of blood under a top hat. At this point, sing her name 4 times, and it is said she will be summoned into the snow person's form. Okay. I think that's good. Snacks, what do we think? We think it's good? Story says pee-pee. Pee-pee. Story says schlong. JL says
Horn of virility. Viral. It's a viral cock.
Stretch. Stretch. JL says we must now add a conversation in the game about a character talking about attempting to summon Snowlean. Oh my gosh. I guess it's possible.
I just wanted to feel that cock.
I guess it would be kind of makes sense since it is the horny game, right? Maybe someone was just really horny and had nowhere else to go. And I'm just really horny and dildos are too expensive, so like I could just try something out here. Snowlean, okay. I'm saving this Snowlean. $36 Snowlean. Card 36 is Snowlean. There we go. A new card has been added into the mix. Snacks. You know what this means? It means we can go back to our other project. It means we can go back to our other project. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, back at our other project. There we go. We can get rid of this stuff now. The calendar. Oh. Oh my god. I fucking scared myself. You scared me with that in my own voice. Thank you, Snacks, for the sweet. Yummy, always tasty. I'll draw a card. Now we're gonna see if anyone is able to get the new card. Uh-oh, the dice website isn't available. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe we need a new website. Maybe this one's down. Oh, sides on the... Okay, I have a different website. 36. Okay, 36 sides. And you got 34. Ah, Snacks, I'm sorry. You got 34. So that's close. That is really close. But you did not get Snowlean. I know you're going to want to get the new Snowlean card now. You got card 34, though. Bam! There it is. All official Zach. Ghost Wandering Detective. Art by Zach and Pepper. Avatar by Zach. Art by Pepper. A mysterious ghostly detective, Zach wanders the land in search of the monster crime lords Spidere, Spito, and Miss Starlight. Although fighting for justice, he is drawn to chaos himself, often going after others for slighting him and then immediately denying it afterwards. In the end, however, it is all in good fun, as Zach is a very kind, albeit mischievous soul. Some people are into that, is the quote. Thank you for the sweets. Better luck next time, I guess. Okay. So now we can get back to we're back to the brainstorm thickening ×2. I might reread some of this too to just catch up to where we were. So Protag drops out due to struggles. Mom is disappointed in them and constantly lectures. Protag is drawing lewds at home. This is part 1 of the story. Protag is drawing lewds at home, realizes they forgot some art at school, runs into Mother, who they thought weren't going to get home until later. Mother realizes Protag had skipped enough classes to be dropped out and lectures Protag. Has an argument with her about college being way too much work. She notices the lewd artwork in Protag's hands, complains... Jody, I got this because of you.
What?
I complained last time we worked on this that about I showed the antique kink thing you sent me, the post.
Mm-hmm.
And so I added a conversation that complains licking penis is not art. Because remember the normal sucking and licking penis?
Yeah, that was so funny.
It's so great. Protag says that Mother says Protag's sister's art is art. Mother says those are just tasteful nudes. I'm gonna make this Protag's father's art is art. Just to make it a little bit separated from my actual real life story. Mother says those are just tasteful nudes. She tells Protag to at least pick up results from first year of classes. Protag remembers they left some of their stuff at school and goes to retrieve it. Protag uses this opportunity to go away from the discomfort of being home and at the same time as his mother. Get to school, hears moans from dorms upstairs. Results aren't available, but Protag doesn't give a shit. Protag goes upstairs to get art and friend who found it. To get from friend who found it. Friend is half naked. Friend says it's not really art also. What the hell? Girl who's also there and half naked says it is, and they argue for a minute. Funny. Girl leaves guy. Guy blames Protag. They walk in and find their stuff, go to walk out, and the second they step outside, it's the courtyard of a completely different place, ending up being Webhaven University on Monastery Lost, thousands of years in the future and thousands of light years away. Protag decides to get out of there and go back home, because Mom is probably asleep by now, has some sort of joke when walking past Guy at desk again, walks out, and it's suddenly morning somewhere else. Protag is confused and freaks out slightly. Runs back in and there is a different lobby with a different desk with a different guy. New guy at desk says same/similar thing as other guy. That's the joke. Tries to talk to desk guy to figure things out, and desk guy takes this as if Protag is a new student. Protag stops and takes out phone to call Mom. Calling doesn't work. Desk guy is very confused about what the phone is, not recognizing it. Protagonist decides to blend in at the school. Apparently it's the first day of the freshman year. Protag asks the teacher where classes are, and the teacher asks for name. So this turns into players presented an option to this time be able to write whatever pronouns, gender, and name they want, given by the guy at the desk. Did we add that? We didn't add the other part from that. Pepper dating sim. Was it this one? No, it was this one. I renamed the one that we started writing because I didn't like it to deleted scene. And I renamed Brainstorm Thickening ×2 to Brainstorm 3 instead of 2.5. Okay, so okay, yeah, this part is the part I wanted to copy. Okay. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Okay, players presented an option to this time be able to write whatever pronouns, gender, and name they want, given by the guy at the desk. The Protag is then assigned classes and a schedule. Protag heads to first class of the day, confused as heck. First class is sex ed. Hey. There's a strange girl, Surmay, hiding her face behind her hands the whole class, occasionally peeking out in between her fingers. Second class is economics. In this class, Lux can be seen talking and laughing with other students. Molly, maybe? Despite the strange classes, things start to feel just like before, in that it's a lot of work and no one pays Protag any mind. Protag decides to actually try to push themselves and make progress towards something next class. Third class is History of the Cognatus Empire. Here, players presented with an option to choose whether to work towards figuring out a way home, trying to make new friends, just paying attention to classwork. No matter what is chosen, the Protag chooses to figure out a way home despite players' input. During class, Protag notices Vera with her feet up on the desk, getting lectured by teacher and arguing back. She complains about what could be so wrong about being improper. To try and punish Vera, the teacher asks her to answer a question on the history of the Acheus Lake meteor event. Vera doesn't know. Serme answers next, correctly but shyly. Teacher then asks Protag about why the school is called Webhaven. Protag doesn't know. Vera shouts out about how it is appropriation, frustrated. Teacher tells her to see him at the end of the day. Teacher assigns homework on the history and formation of dead posts at the end of class, and mentions to integrate some school and empire patriotism for extra points. Could be more foreshadowing about the secrets underneath the school and town. Immediately after, the Protag runs into one of the pebbles. I'm realizing while I'm rereading this, and I think this is good, it's why I want to reread this, is that, like, we maybe should have, like, a homeroom segment where, like, because, like, we did establish it's the first day for freshmen. Maybe it shouldn't be? We can either make it so it's not the first day, and we can kind of keep it as is, or we can make it... Okay, so our options is make it the first day for freshmen, or maybe not even freshmen, maybe it could be like sophomores, and there's a homeroom class where they do like get to know each other games. We all know how those feel. That, or we could do a thing where it's the middle of the year or something like that, and our character is transferring, which means we could have the classic thing of like our protagonist being at the front of the class, introducing themselves. So I'm gonna make another poll for that. Which one? So it'll be first day of school year with homeroom games. Okay, that's apparently too much text. First day of school, homeroom games, or mid-year protag front of class intro. Okay. So the options are which one? So first day of school, homeroom games, or mid-year protag at front of class doing an intro. Okay. What the fuck? I just see J Hill saying sucking penis noises. That's not what I expected to see. J Hill says, so if it is the first day, we have a freshman orientation. Yeah, that's basically it. Freshman orientation or protagonist introducing themselves at the front of class. Maybe I'll end that poll and remake it. Choose one for story. So, freshman orientation. First day of school. First day. Oh, why is it so limited in how long I can make these text boxes? I'm not even making posts, it's just a poll. What's wrong with this? First day. Freshman orientation or mid-year Transfer student. That's how we're doing it. Okay. Start poll. Here we go. Choose one for the story. Is it first day freshman orientation or is it mid-year transfer student? Which one are we doing? Which one are we doing, Snacks? Please do vote if you can. Please. 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 Please vote, please. Thank you, please. I bet I can put chat on screen. I feel like this is a good series to have chat on screen. Scooching. It's scooching. It's scooching. Don't mind the scooching. It's still scooching. It's still scooching. That's probably good. We have one vote, and it's for mid-year transfer student. Stowaway voted. J Hill, did you vote? With you and your sucking penis noises? Wait, sucking penis noses?
What does that mean?
Are you sucking penis noises? Or is it sucking penis noses? Oh.
Pepper, you can't just ask these kinds of questions.
I'm asking these kinds of questions. Jody, you should vote too.
Nah.
Oh. I can also have it be like the character has to introduce themselves on the second day, maybe. Maybe because like teachers just forgot because they don't know the character really exists, which was kind of a thing we were going for. That could be kind of good. There's more evidence of people not knowing the protagonist exists, really. J Hill, are you gonna vote? There's 2 people watching, and I think it's just Stowaway and J Hill. I'm assuming. Andre, are you still here? Can I vote? No. It does not let me vote. There are 2 votes now? There are? Oh my gosh, and they're both for mid-year transfer student. Okay, I think that works. I'm going to continue reading this, and then we'll figure out where we want to implement that. I'm thinking it could be interesting for it to be on the second day for 2 reasons. One is, like, it could emphasize how people don't really know the protagonist exists, and kind of do the whole, like, oh yeah, we forgot that you were a transfer student, and to do the whole thing, we forgot to introduce you, blah, blah, blah. So we'll have it happen on the second day. That, and also, I wouldn't have to rewrite things. Hi, human. Welcome to the stream. How is everyone? I'm doing pretty good. Do you see the poll? Do you want to vote in the poll for how the character is introduced? Is it the middle of the school year and our protagonist is a transfer student? Classic. Or is it the first day of class and there's a freshman orientation? Okay, I'm gonna keep reading this. Protagonist decides to blend in at the school. Why is this? Sure, the protagonist decides to blend in at the school. Apparently, it's the first day for the freshman here. Protag asks a name where classes are, or what the fuck? Protag asks the teacher where classes are, and the teacher asks for name. Yeah, I read name weird. At a weird placement. Players presented an option to this time be able to write whatever pronouns, gender, and name they want to, given by the guy at the desk. The protag is then assigned classes and a schedule. Protag heads to the first class of the day, confused as heck. First class is sex ed. There is a strange girl, Surmay, hiding her face behind her hands the whole class, occasionally peeking out between her fingers. Second class is Edonomics. In this class, Lux can be seen talking and laughing with other students. Molly, maybe. Did we read this whole section already? Oh, we did. Okay. So after, we're at 5. JL says, damn, net perished. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did you see the poll? J Hill, did you see the poll? Human says, "Huzzah! Glad you're doing well, Stowaway." Hell yeah! I'm also glad Stowaway's doing well. Human says, "Yay!" And I did. I thought transfer student would really fit with a isekai theme you've got going. I guess it is kind of a isekai, isn't it? I don't even mean to be doing that, but it kind of is that. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. Hey, if it means anything, I did isekai stuff before the isekai boom happened. I started creating this world like, I don't know, early high school. And I had the whole idea of it being connected in these ways. I did it first. Anyways, immediately after, the protag runs into one of the pebbles. Class ends. As the protag goes to leave, they run into one of the pebbles. Referring to the previous player presented question, one of the 3 pebbles shows themselves. If figuring out a way home was chosen, Vera shows up. If making friends was chosen, Lux shows up. If paying attention to class was chosen, Surmay shows up. 5A. If Vera shows up. Protag stops Vera and asks her about where they are or if she knows anything about this place, and Vera just replies by bullying and ignoring the protag. So Protag notices Vera's political awareness and thinks she might know something about what happened to them. Thinks that it's not the most immediate connection, politics and otherworldly transport, but it's a start. Protag stops Vera and asks if they can talk for a minute. Vera just goes, "Ugh," and shoves them out of the way. Protag questions Vera on the fact she is supposed to see the teacher after class, and Vera says she's going to the restroom and insults Protag in the process. Protag pushes and asks if Vera knows anything about a place called Earth. Vera stops and turns. Vera asks how much lunch money you got. Protag says none. Vera asks for most expensive thing. Protag says phone. Vera grabs their phone and walks away. Protag tries to chase, but is pushed over onto the ground where Vera steps on them and gives a sexy look, saying she'll get back to them, tucking it into her cleavage. Vera leaves, and Protag is stunned and has headache. From fall. Okay. 5B. If Lux shows up. The Protag stops Lux and tries to get to know a bit about her by being friendly. This starts an actual convo where Protag is lightly teased, and in the end, the Protag is still left wondering. So the Protag notices the girl that seems to enjoy talking in class. Protag makes joke. Lux is completely unamused and calls Protag weird. Lux starts laughing and says she is joking. She goes into friendly conversation, wanting to learn about Protag, while also talking about herself kind of obliviously, and the sports she does. Talks about her abs and how she could grind Protag to dust on them. Vera walks by them both, pushing Protag aside. Protag complains, and Lux says Vera is probably going to lay eggs or something. Protag is surprised and freaked out. Lux mentions having tails that can do that and offers to show by slightly pulling down pants by butt. Protag gets super nervous and freaks out being in public at all. Protag notices a slight tail bulge at top of pants. Lux laughs and offers to show later on, in more private, pulling pants back up and makes it into a date. Protag accepts and takes out phone and writes date down excitedly. Lux notices phone, expression shifts for a moment, and then compliments sexy wallpaper. She then jokes about not having been serious about the date thing, but since Protag seems genuinely interested, she'll try it out. Calls Protag cute. Before leaving. Okay. 5C. If Surmay shows up. Protag bumps into Surmay and makes her books fall. Protag goes to pick them up and their hands touch. Protag tries to apologize, but Surmay is super shy and awkward, basically runs away. Protag is overwhelmed a bit, starts to head out of class in the hall. In the hall, Protag pulls out phone to try and read notes they took in class. Protag hears footsteps rushing toward them. As they turn towards sound, a finger pokes their shoulder. Simultaneously, Protag stops and turns fully around to see Surmay right up against them. They bump into each other and books fall due to the unexpected stop. Surmay had been trying to rush up to catch up to Protag, and the sudden stop caused the collision. Together, they lean down to pick things up and accidentally touch hands on Protag's phone. Surmay blushes and looks at Protag. She asks if the phone is theirs, specifically mentioning the word phone. Specifically, just using the word phone. Protag takes it and Surmay mentions Protag having trouble in class. Surmay softly offers to help Protag with studying if they so wish. She says this stuttering and nervously. Protag accepts. Surmay gives the directions to her place and tells Protag her name. Protag notices cleavage in thighs and blushes a little before replying with their name. Surmay notices the hesitation in Protag's response and tries to say stuff like, "You can do it, it's okay to be nervous in class, I know how it feels." misunderstanding the reason for hesitation. After that, she leaves. Okay. Alright, cool. JL says, Edonomics. Yeah. Hewan says, it's okay, Pepper. It's a popular trope for a reason. Starry says, Isekai is just a good story premise. It can't help that it's popular. I guess that's true. I feel like when I hear people talking about Isekai, most of the time nowadays, it's about not liking it. Just because it's kind of overdone.
Yeah, it's overdone, and there's many examples of it done badly, but it doesn't mean it's inherently a bad thing.
Yeah, that's true, Jody. I don't know if you heard what Jody said. She said that it's like, it is overdone, and there's a lot of bad examples of it, but it doesn't mean it's inherently a bad thing. And that's true. And a lot of Isekai is also used to kind of do power fantasies, and either power fantasies or just, okay, specifically power fantasies in the way that it's like a guy being more allowed to be misogynistic. That's been a lot of Isekais, and I don't want to summon any of that with our writing here. Okay, so I am going to end the poll. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go with transfer student. And I have some ideas for that. Okay, let's see here. So let's go back to this section. Hang on a second, reading through some of this. I'm just trying to see which one we just did. Could I go some more classes and finish the day without learning anything? Maybe instead learns a bit about Peptin and Dead Post, foreshadowing perhaps. Could be from a specific pebble, probably Surmei, in discussion with the teacher. Maybe she's nerding out a bit. How about... Okay, I have an idea here. Okay, so Protag goes some more classes, finish the day without learning anything. I think we'll have it turn into... We already kind of included the learns a bit about Peptin and Dead Post thing. I have an idea here. Okay. I also kind of have to lay an egg real quick. I'll be right back, Snacks. I'm gonna make it quick. I apologize. I'll be right back. And then I'll explain my ideas. Go get some snacks or something, you snacks. Hello, I have returned. Hebob. Hebob, snacks, hebob. How is everybody doing? So he says, I want to dance too. Welcome back. Welcome. Thank you. I'm happy to be back. Dance with a tiny Spooter. Did you enjoy your dancing? Stoy, did you dance too? Is that what happened? Okay. So I was saying I had an idea. So I'm thinking the protag goes to more classes, finishes the day without learning anything. The ideas going in my head are the protagonist going to lunch and seeing Vera with the phone. But like I'm also a little bit worried here that I am starting to branch them out too much to the point of like I am not going to have a linear story. It could be like 3 separate stories, but also I do want them to reconnect at some point.
Also, you should probably be careful that people have like some understanding that in that first choice they're making a choice and what that choice is. If you're gonna have it start being like this consequential.
Yeah, I don't want it to be that consequential. I want it to be just kind of like that for that first introduction of like which character you talk to first. And the other idea is I think the teacher from history class passes by and says something like, yeah, I was trying to find you. I didn't realize until like after everyone had left class, but you're like new, right? I just didn't even notice. Tomorrow I'll give you he's gonna be kind of like an asshole and be like, you know what, just I'll give you an opportunity. How about to like show yourself off? How about you write an essay for me tonight about talking about yourself? That's so mean. That's so jerky. You did the best dancing? Nice. Okay. So let's take okay, let's take this stuff. Okay, so it's just kind of done like, yeah. Six. Okay. Bold and underlined and increase size. Okay. So I might keep this around because it might be good for like just other parts of the story, but instead of being intro, it could be just like characterization. Let's change it to that. Characterization, romance, sexy thing, and plot moving towards getting back home / not wanting to. Okay. Tomorrow classes and finishes the day without learning anything. Maybe instead learns a bit about Peptin and Dead Post, foreshadowing perhaps. Could be from a specific pebble, probably starting a discussion with a teacher. Maybe she is nerding out a bit. Okay. Okay, I have some ideas here. I think I should write these ideas down real quick before I forget any of them. Okay, so idea 1 is Vera selling phone during lunch. To like another student probably. And the next part is teacher stops protag to give opportunity to write self-introduction essay for next day. And then also... Oh, what was the other idea? I just had it. See, this is why I write it down, so I don't lose it. Oh, self-introduction. Here it was. Self-introduction be about why protag moved to dead post. Yeah. Okay. Maybe after deciding to... Okay, yeah, I have so many ideas. Okay, maybe after deciding to stay in Pepton with the pebbles... Maybe after deciding to stay in Pepton with the pebbles... Protag is encouraged to... wait, no. Protag is told how this teacher is mean, and Protag decides to write about being happily moved into Pepton instead, rather than Dead Post. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so this is the stuff I kind of want to reach with it, with some of the bits next coming up. Okay, so I think if it's 3 classes, we could say it's about lunchtime. I'm wondering if, like, so this is a college, but maybe we can just have it be kind of more like a high school setting style of college. That's kind of done oftentimes just because it's more recognizable.
Hey, Pepper.
Yeah.
You know what that makes me think of?
What?
Community college, because I went to one and it was kind of that vibe.
Okay. Like, was it still just like a school cafeteria sort of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So then it's not going to be too weird to write. It's like, it's lunchtime.
I mean, it was still very much dependent on, like, individual people could just go whenever they wanted to. There was no specific lunchtime.
Yeah, as long as you had free time, though, right? Okay. Well, yeah, I think there can be some free time here. Okay. Next class is apparently isn't for an hour or so. Protag decides to go to lunch, but realizes there is no they it cool me a burpee. Okay. Whereas they have no money. Sits down in frustration. So, I should write down what the differences are for each of these bits here. So, I'm gonna call them like Choice Vera, Choice Lux, and Choice Surmay, because I want them to tie back into each other so they're not that huge of a thing. So maybe I'll write that down in another segment as well. Choice Vera 1. Okay. That is... knows Vera's political awareness and thinks she might know something about what happened to them. Jack stops Vera and asks if they can talk for a minute. Vera just does ill. Questions Vera on the fact that she's supposed to see the teacher after class. Blah, blah, blah. Vera knows anything about a place called Earth. Vera stops and turns. Vera asks how much lunch money you got. That's the thing. Takes phone. Okay, so the main takeaway that is like the protagonist knows about Vera before this and after this is now Vera has their phone. They kind of knew otherwise that Vera was still a troublemaker. So Vera has Protag's phone. Okay. So, and then choice Lux 1 is, let's see what the difference is here. Yeah, okay. Well, let me add more here. Vera has Protect's phone. Promised to return it. Was it really a promise, or was it just... No, it just says give back to them. Says she'll return it. Okay. Choice Lux 1. These I'm just writing like the differences between each branch, so I know as I'm writing this. Choice, and I know the like the constants and the not constants. Choice Lux 1. Okay, let's see. Seems to be talking class. Protag makes joke. Lux is completely unamused and calls Protag weird. Lux starts laughing and says she is joking. A different conversation. Want to learn about Protag, but also talk about herself. Kind of honestly, the sport she does. Talks about her abs. Yep. Walks by them both, pushing Protag aside. Protag complains, and Lux says Vera is probably going to lay eggs or something. Protag is surprised and freaked out. Lux mentions the tail. Protag gets super nervous and freaks out. So the tail is a thing. Laying eggs. These are both pieces of knowledge we've learned with Lux's. Okay. Okay, so mention of having tail and a ability to lay eggs with it. And also date set up with Lux. Okay. So those are the two main things there. Our protagonist, our protagonist could also just probably assume that everyone has this like hidden tail underneath the clothes as well, considering, well, maybe not, because they probably did see other species and races and all that stuff while in the school. So could assume just everyone's different. Okay, next is Surmay. Choice Surmay 1. Protag, overwhelmed a bit, starts to head out of class. In the hall, Protag pulls out phone to try and read notes they took in class. Call this collision. Together they lean down to pick things up and accidentally touch hands. The word phone. Turn mentions Protag having trouble in class. Okay, so in this one, Protag has study session with Surmay, and Surmay used the word phone. protag may have not noticed. Okay, so those are... Oh, also headache. That was the thing at the end there. Where did I mention headache? It was mentioned in here. Well, either way, the protagonist has a headache in that situation. Okay, so those are the 3 bits. J-Ho says dance with... No, I read that stuff. So I says maybe there can be a choice later to ask if Vera or Sir may have a tail too, for a sneaky way to see more booties. That is true. That is an option. We could see more booties. Okay, so these are the little bits here. Sits down in frustration because no money. So the next part is, would maybe Sir may come over and sit down? Okay, yeah. Okay. Sir May comes by and sits down with protag. Bless you, Jody. Bless you, Jody.
Thank you.
If protag made choice Surmay 1, then okay, oh, kill me, I get a little bit more of a burpee. If protag made choice Surmay 1, so this will be like 6.a. Is that how I did it before? No, 6-a period. If protag made choice Surmay 1, then and we'll have another one be like (6b) did not make choice Surmay 1. Okay. Okay. So if protag made choice Surmay 1, then it is... Alright, let's start... I want to start with if protag... What is this? What did I write here? Protag did... If protag did not make choice Surmay 1, then... Why is there an extra period there? What the fuck is happening? Ooh, delete. There we go. Okay. If protag did not make choice Surmay 1, repeat of protag noticing repeat of protag noticing cleavage and fizz. Repeat of Surmay offering help with class. Yeah, okay. If protag did make choice Surmay 1, Surmay says hi and starts convo. Starts just regular normal convo. Okay. So then we want 6 A B C. If protag made choice the next bit I want to have happen is protag notices Vera across the cafeteria. Protag notices Vera is handing phone to classmate. Handing Protag's phone. Protag's phone to classmate in exchange for what looks like money. Yeah, okay. Okay. Sorry, said bless you, Jody. Jody, did you sneeze?
I did.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Bless you.
Fuck you.
My snacks noticed and I didn't. I'm such a bad girlfriend.
You are. Fuck you.
Oh, God. Okay. Okay, yeah, so we have Protag. Yeah. But this is also here across the cafeteria. Okay, but this can only happen if you made choice Vera one. So maybe we should have these. Okay, I have some ideas here. I want to try to make it maybe if in scenario 5B and 5C, so like choice Vera 1, choice, or like in all the different choices, the pebble ends up with the protagonist's phone. But why would that happen in these other situations? What I'm thinking here is that Vera is selling the phone specifically because to get money. Like, that is what she's doing. But then she brings that money over to protagonist, be like, here is some lunch money, since you obviously don't have any. Protagonist is like, how do you know I don't have any? Vera's like, well, you have a phone, first of all, so that means you're not from here. That's kind of the thought process I have there. Yeah. I'm in deep thought. Can you tell? Vera is so generous and kind. Yeah, that's the shtick. She seems all mean and angry, which she also is, but it also is kind and generous. Or at least I try to be. Stretchy. Stretchy. Okay. Snacks, IRL, can you tell which self I am currently? JL says, what a twist. Can you tell what self I am currently? Like, not with my avatar, but like, what self I am based off of how I'm talking and stuff? Can you tell? Can you tell? Hey, loser. Thank you for the sweets. Yummy, always so tasty. You want me to switch over to Vera? I can do that. I can switch to the Vera avatar. Sure. Sure. Let's see. I have this one that I haven't showed off yet. I don't think. Maybe I did? I think I did for like a minute. I think that was the thing. It's the one that looks like my GTA 5 online character. The one that Jody likes. Yeah.
Hi, Dima.
Yeah, Dima's outfit. This isn't Dima. It's just kind of similar to Dima's outfit. Okay. So, although honestly, this could be more likely to be a Lux style outfit than a Vera style outfit. Who knows? But yeah, anyone have any guesses? I'm curious if you can tell. I'm curious if you can tell, based off of the information I've given before about the differences. Okay. I'm gonna take some more estrogen too. I think that'll help me. I'm just feeling real hazy again. This happened last time I did one of these streams too. I feel real hazy after a certain point. So he says, oh yeah, I remember you showing that one off. I like it. Thank you, thank you. And Jay Hill says, the jiggle. The jiggle! Oh. Oh. Yeah. You know, this costume is so tight. In the files, to make this avatar with this outfit, this is basically just, like, body paint. That's basically how this works. Like, this is literally, like, just texture on the skin to make it look like this. Except for, like, the, some of the belts and also the like, collar of the shirt. That's why the boobs are so fucking tight. You see this shit? Yeah, you see this shit. Snacks, none of you have guessed. None of you have guessed, Snacks. Who am I right now? Can you tell? Can you tell? Okay. So, Protag notices Vera across the cafeteria. Protag notices Vera is handling Protag's phone to classmate in exchange for what looks like money. So this can only happen so far in one of the scenarios. Is there a situation where... Oh, yes, idea. Idea. Yeah. Okay, in this Surmay scenario, it actually... When the phone just drops, it breaks. And Surmay offers, like, oh, I know someone who can fix this. So this is, my guess was Vera because you said I when you were talking about Vera, but I don't know who is it. I kind of say I in reference to all myself oftentimes, even if I'm not them. Yes, Jody has a theory. Jody has a game theory.
You're Lux.
I'm Lux. It's true. Jody knew it. Vera is not as silly as this. I become Vera, like on streams, I'm almost always Lux. The only differences are if I start talking about politics pretty heavily, that's Vera, or if I start becoming more, like, baby sounding, that's Surmay. Most of the time on streams, I am Lux. I don't know, who is it? Says Soe. Yeah, well, there you go, I'm Lux currently. Okay. Yeah, now I'll say I when I'm any of the selves, though. Or about any of the selves when I'm any of the selves. Okay. I have been thinking about maybe making a program, or like seeing if Audrey could teach me to how to make a program about this, where like I can press a hotkey and it'll automatically switch me to any of the avatars of that type, and I can press that hotkey whenever I feel that I have become that self, you know. Although that will also mean I am mostly Lux most of the time on streams, in the Lux avatar, like I was kind of just talking about. Okay. So... Summer blushes and looks at Protag. She asks if the phone is there, specifically using the word phone. Protag. So let's see. Protag says yes, and notices the phone is broken. Protag's jaw drops. Surmay notices and begins to apologize tremendously. Even a tear or two, with even a tear or two in her eyes. Protag begrudgingly says it's okay. A bit saddened themselves. Surmay mentions Protag trouble in class and offers to make it up to them with by offering to help Protag study. I can have this still be there. Okay. Protag accepts. Surmay gives directions to her place and tells Protag her name. So Surmay also offers to get the phone fixed and usable again. She knows a person. She knows a person. Oh yeah, also the name part. We'll save the name part for a bit. Surmay gives directions to her place. Surmay also offers to get the phone fixed and usable again. She knows a person to help. Who can help? Protag accepts. Surmay finally tells Protag her name and asks Protag theirs. Protag notices cleavage and thighs, blushes a little before replying with their name. Surmay notices the hesitation, Protag's response, and tries to say stuff like, yeah, okay. And that goes on normal. So I think that would be cool. Which thing? I'm sorry. Because like delay with chat sometimes, and then also me being slow at reading it sometimes, I don't usually know when someone says, I think blank would be cool. Like I think that would be cool. If you can, instead of saying that, could you just say like which thing? It's helpful. I'm sorry. Thank you. Human says, boom. Hell yeah. Bad colors never have phones. And isn't that what adulthood is all about? Not having phones? Shit. How will I ever check my blood sugar?
I have a phone.
Jody has a phone. What? Aren't you like fucking elderly?
Yeah.
Wow, Jody's elderly and has a phone. Okay. Phone broken. Taken by Surmay to get fixed by someone. Okay. Alright. So then we can add to this part. Asks Protag about headache. Which means headache needs to be mentioned. Where did we say headache before? Headache. Oh no, that happens with the Vera one, not with the Surmay one. Okay. Whoopsie daisy. I thought that happened with the Surmay story. This is why you write notes like this. I thought it happened when they collided, but no. Okay. So headache is in this one. Headache. Okay. So now we need to figure out how Lux can get the protagonist's phone. Okay. So we don't want it to be the same situation of her stealing it or her accidentally breaking it. So we have to have it be something else. The only options I can think of so far are like protagonist willingly giving it to her. But why would protagonist do such a thing? Maybe to write in her number or something, or her address. But that would be only for like a moment, not like hours, which is what we need it to be.
What if Protag gives her the phone for that reason and then she just takes it?
Well, that would be the stealing thing again.
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah.
Like, she could just take it, but then that would be just stealing again. We want it to be something not that. It could be something similar, like maybe she just takes it, and protagonist is like, but wait, like, I thought you were writing down. And she just says, oh yeah, it'll take me a while.
Or it could be like, Protag gives the phone, and then somehow both of them get interrupted and she can't give the phone back.
That's good. That's good. Accidentally takes it. So it says she is pretty. That's why Protag would give it to her. I am Protag. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. That is an idea, but I don't know if it's as convincing for people. For like, it would be as convincing for players to be just like, yeah, I'd be willing to do that, to just give it. So I think Jody's idea is good. Like getting interrupted. Yeah, I got what I'm doing here. I got it. Okay. Yeah, okay. So Lux asks for phone so she can write down an address and time. Protag hesitantly hands it over, proud of actually making a friend this time around. Okay. Also, this is less a Isekai because it's less of a character being revived in a different world and more just like literally being transported. Like a portal. Like that sort of thing.
I think a lot about how a lot of the classic isekais, like not Yu Yu Hakusho, but like Inuyasha, like it's not just like I got reincarnated in this other world. It's like I can go back and forth between this world and the world I come from.
Yeah. Maybe
So,
that
like,
could
it
be an
doesn't
end
have to
goal
all
too.
be, like,
Okay, so Hesme hands it over, proud of actually making a friend this time around. While Lux is typing, we can wrap more things around and make continuity make more sense also here. While Lux is typing, Surmei runs by and accidentally bumps, but doesn't knock over, but accidentally bumps Protag, distracting them. She apologizes enormously and continues off. Okay. Lux. Lux jokes about how everyone seems to be in need of laying eggs today. and asks if protag is okay. Lux then calls protag cute and says she'll see them later. Okay. Both forget to return phone. Both forget to return phone. Back to protag. Okay. Also, I think it was estrogen. I've been having weird estrogen lately. Maybe it's because it is my time of the month. I have no clue. It's so weird. I don't know whether my time of the month is like the middle of the month or the end of the month, because both times feel weird. In the middle of the month, it's more just like I get kind of hazy and weird, and I need more estrogen. At the end of the month, it's like I just get angry. And it's just like the
middle of the month I get super emotional in general.
Yeah.
End of the month I just want to die.
Oh.
Not like literally. Not literally.
Okay.
Just like I feel weird and bad.
It's weird. It's just like what? It's not like I have 2 periods, but I don't know what's happening. What is this other point in the cycle where I feel funky? I don't know. Okay, any case, that is 3 reasons, so let's add here, Lux accidentally forgets to return phone to protag. So, Vera steals protag's phone, says she'll return it, headache. Mentioned in Lux is its mention of having tail and ability to lay eggs with it, alongside Vera and Surmay too. Date setups Lux. Lux next night forgets to return phone to protag. Surmay, protag has study session with Surmay. Surmay uses the word phone. Protag may not have noticed. Phone broken, taken by Surmay to get fixed by someone. Okay. After being pushed over and stepped on. Yeah, this is good shit. Okay. It's all coming together like a puzzle. I love puzzle stuff like this. Okay. So now the phone has gone away each time. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna put this here. So, if Protag made choice Surmay 1. Surmay says hi and starts convo. Protag notices Vera across the cafeteria. Protag notices Vera is handing Protag's phone to classmate in exchange for what looks like money. Okay. So that's going to happen in each and every situation. So in this situation, it's going to be, in the Surmay situation, it's like Surmay gave it to Vera to fix, and instead Vera sold it. And Surmay just didn't think about the idea of like, oh, this means that Protag is in need of, like, did realize like, oh, Protag is from Earth, but didn't realize, oh, also Protag doesn't have money and probably just got here. Because when I am Surmay, I am a little bit dense. Sometimes I don't think through things sometimes. Okay, so and then if Protag did not make choice Surmay 1, then it is a repeat of Protag noticing cleavage with eyes, repeat of Surmay offering to help with class. So it's the same thing, I guess. So maybe I don't need... It is the same situation. I'm going to delete this for now. Okay. Wait. No, it isn't the same. Because there's the difference between the thigh stuff. Whoopsie daisy. Okay. So, hi, inserts convo. Prognosis very across the table. Okay, so I can just... What I can do is I can get rid of this. So, like, if Protag made this choice, made Surmay choice, then Surmay says hi and starts convo. If Protag did not, repeated Protag noticing cleavage and thighs, repeated Surmay offering help with class. And then either way, Protag notices Vera across the cafeteria. Protag notices Vera is handing Protag's phone to classmate in exchange for what looks like money. So that happens both ways. Okay. 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 I wonder who this other student could be. Maybe it could be another one of my characters. Who knows? Well. Whoa. Okay. So it says, writing is a form of puzzle solving, in my opinion. You make a bunch of pieces and just need to connect them up with all the little pieces. That is so true. It's just this one's even more like that because I have to do all these, like, the different branches and stuff, which is the thing I wanted to avoid, and I did it once, and now it's this complicated already. So we're gonna connect things back together, then it's probably not gonna be much like this after this. Well, I mean, I guess it might have to be if you were choosing, like, which characters to date and everything. I don't know, we'll see. It's just not gonna branch too much, I think. It's more about, like, the order you do things rather than what you do would be the different branches after this. Okay, so handing Protag's phone to classmate in exchange for what looks like money. Okay. So let me go back to this page. So yeah, the next part is the going to the cafe thing, which isn't going to happen until after the school day ends. So first we want to get this bit over and done with, because this stuff is new here. Protag asks Surmay to hang on a sec and goes over to Vera to complain. Vera calls Protag. I want Vera to be mean, but not to the point of, like, people not liking her, you know? I think there's definitely possibilities of people playing this and not liking mean characters, being interested in the other two, and then not being interested in Vera. But I still want her to be mean, but not to the point where, like, nobody likes her. See, I was thinking Vera calls protagonist a silly idiot or something like that. But I don't know if that's too much. Because, like, at this point, the protagonist's whole thing with Vera is that... The whole thing with Vera is that she stole the protagonist's phone, stepped on them, and now sold their phone.
Pepper, people are gonna like that. People are gonna really like that.
Are you sure? Like, even the phone being stolen and sold?
And probably, but the stepping on especially.
I know the stepping on and the pushing over and stuff,
Yeah.
but I'm more curious about, like, is the stealing and selling of the phone too much? Sorry, this is Vera calls Protag Baka. Funny. So it also says, I will still like Vera. Okay. But also, like, Sneaks, you're gonna be kind of biased, and I don't know if there's gonna be people who don't watch the channel who will play this, because there's a chance people will play this and then come to the channel. Who knows? So he says, I like Vriska and Minthara and all bully characters. I don't know if I know who Minthara is.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3. Okay. I need to play that game at some point. Yeah, also Vriska is pretty similar to Vera to a degree. A silly... See... Here's the differences. Vera would call the protagonist a silly idiot. Lux would call the protagonist a silly goose. And then Surmay would say, I'm sorry. Those are the differences. Jail says, this seems like it'll be amazing, as it should. Redeem Sip. Oh my gosh, it's coming! It's coming! I'm gonna come! Over to my water bottle to drink water. Thank you for the sweets. I'll take a sip. Thank you. Thank you. Been working hard and talking a lot, so you deserve a sip. Thank you so much, Jay Hill.
Thanks, Pepper Paysan.
You're welcome, Michael Sam from Hit Video Game Grand Theft Auto 5 released in 2013, starring Dead Luke. You're welcome, Stoy. Thank you for liking the stream. I can say that so fast now. I've always kind of had an issue with speaking too fast, though, in the first place. Jay Hill being motherly, even in stream chats, being like, you've been working hard, honey. You're taking a lot, talking a lot, so you deserve a good old sip of Wawa. It's so sweet, Jay Hill. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Vera calls Protag a silly idiot. I think Vera could also... It could also be the situation with Vera where if we do go and make this more linear, she's like the last one you get close to and the last person to have kind of an arc. Because I think that would make sense, honestly. Vera calls Protag a silly idiot. Protag gets slightly more aggressive and tries to push past Vera to get to person who now has their phone. Vera's tail and butt comes out and she whips Protag across the cheek. See, that's pretty good. I know that's good. Saying they don't know what they're talking about. Okay. Vera puts her hand on Protag's shoulder and sits them down before dropping the money in their lap. Says Protag needs money for food, right? Vera leaves. What did Vera say in the beginning? Vera said... where she, let's see, where she promising. I want to say turns into saying to promising. Promising she'll give it back to them. Give it back to them. She adds, trust me. Okay. Now we're here. Yeah, okay. So that my idea is Vera did this and he's probably gonna probably sold the phone to like a rich kid who's also an asshole. And she's actually planning to like steal it back and return it to protagonist after enough time. I think this will also lead more into the stuff with the basement in this place. She sold it to someone who like knows a bit about that stuff. Okay, that's good. I need to add that into the notes here. Phone to rich student who works in the labs below the school, knowing they will go down there to examine the phone. To Rick student. Maybe this student will be named Rick. It's a rich student. I'm so fucking smart. Oh, I'm getting pumped. Okay. Did this knowing that at home she could use her computer to find my phone with protag later. Oh, it's good. It's good. It's fucking good. Oh, yeah. Okay. See, it's tying stuff together. It's foreshadowing. I'm fucking doing it. This is great. Yes. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm pumped. Okay, cool.
Something that's been occurring to me.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea to make sure that you're having the protagonist make active choices and not just having things happen to them.
That's true.
Which, like, that's not like to be like, what you just did is bad.
Yeah.
It's something that's been occurring to me this whole time.
Okay. Well, the whole thing also is the protagonist is the whole thing is the protagonist, like, the character arc is that they have kind of just gone through life with not being noticed by anybody and not doing anything and just kind of being lonely and sad. And the whole arc I'm hoping to have is by the end, they are making decisions.
Gotcha.
And stuff like that. So right now it is
So
that
right now
not
they're passive
happening.
and they're gonna be
Yeah.
Okay, I like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. They're going to be a bit more passive now and then over time become more choice making. Oh, okay. Joe says, oh, I never sent out a message. Oops. I was going to say after your motherly comment that I am known to be motherly as fuck. I know that. That's why I said it. Oh, the F word is allowed, surprisingly. Interesting. But apparently capitalism isn't. Zach says, hey there, making a visual novel? Nice. Yeah. I've been working on it for a bit. This is like the third stream I'm doing now with it, and I'm making some good fucking progress. Zach says, hey, Jody.
Hey, Zach.
Jody says, hey, Zach. And Human says,
Oh, yeah. It's all coming together. I couldn't, you can't really hear yourself when you talk because you hear yourself through your own skull. I don't know how good of an impression that sounded like, but it felt like it sounded pretty good. Jody says it sounded pretty good. Okay.
Thanks, Pepper Paysan.
Oh, you're welcome, Michael Dasana from hit video game Grand Theft Auto 5, released in 2013, starring Ned Luke. You're welcome, Jay Hill. Thank you for liking this stream. There we go. I said it at a normal pace that time. Zach says, ask Jody her thoughts on anime girl Mickey Mouse.
Not a fan.
You know about it?
No, just not a fan of Mickey Mouse as a general practice.
Apparently, Disney is promoting, like, anime girl versions of Disney characters.
No Disney characters at all, please.
Apparently, including Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Goofy, Donald, and then a couple other characters.
Okay.
They're anime girls now, Jody.
Okay.
Jody says okay. JL says, oh no, we put Streamlabs into third again. Oh. Is it saying that? Because it doesn't say that for me. Okay, it does. It just doesn't show up in the chat. But if I go to, like, the list of top fans, it does say that. Weird. It just doesn't show up, like, in the actual
You all have
chat
to
box for me.
redeems that Streamlabs is first. You have to.
Wouldn't, but that would be kind of tough because then Streamlabs would have just as many. Well, no, I guess not if it's split up. Yeah, Snacks, if you keep doing a bunch of redeems, maybe it'll happen. Maybe you should keep redeeming cards. Also, by the way, Zach, look. Yeah. Yeah, maybe you should keep redeeming cards, though, Snacks.
Yeah, you dummy.
Thank you. Human says stream Labradors. What? What does that mean?
Stream the Babberverse.
Thank you for the sweets. I will do a card. Zach wants a company compliment?
Hey,
Fuck you.
loser.
That's your compliment. As always. Zach always gets a fuck you instead. Okay. Take another sip.
Hey,
I
loser.
will do that. Thank you for the sweets. Okay, good. Sip done. And let's do another card. Let us see here. Card 14 this time. You got card 14. Card 14. Let's see. That is still not card 36, the new card, unfortunately. But it is a card. And funny enough, it's the card that was up just beforehand. It is Calliope again. Calliope is Aria, Slime Wanderer. Many centuries ago, art by me, I always forget to say that. Many centuries ago, a mass of molecules just so happened to come together to form a cell, and then a mass of cells came together to form a droplet of slime. It had no consciousness, but began to eat and grow all the same. After a few centuries, it formed thoughts and experiences and began to learn. Then it became a she, and after a millennia, she became Calliope. Quote being, she doesn't know much, but she sure seems to enjoy learning. Wendy Captiosis. Who may or may not be another character. Thank you for the sweets. Soy says I love this character. She is maybe my favorite. Oh, really? Thank you. I'm really glad you love this character. I don't mind whoever one of the characters is your favorite. Like, whichever one you want to be your favorite. But it always makes me happy that, like, you like characters enough to have a favorite of my characters, you know? Human says, the Squish! Is that what you think of that character? Is the Squish? JL says, wait, you trying to dethrone me by Streamlab? Oh my gosh. That'd be really funny. That'd be really funny. Sometimes I wonder if I can turn this off, because I worry it makes everyone unhappily competitive. But also, maybe you're just having fun with it. I don't know. Okay. Okay, so Vera's tail and butt comes out and she whips Protag across the cheek. Vera puts her hand on Protag's shoulder and sits them down before dropping the money on the lap. Says Protag needs money for food, right? Vera leaves. We could have, like, I could go as far as being like, Vera is like, I told you to trust me. Seems like you're bad at that. And say something along the lines of like, bad girl, bad boy, bad thing, whatever, so on and so forth. But I don't know how I would fit that naturally in this conversation. I don't think Vera would just say it. I don't think I would just say it. Maybe I would. Maybe I would. I kind of do that sometimes, actually. I did do that on stream the other day when I did that as like the cryptic voice. I just was like, hey, I could do that. So maybe I would. Who knows? But maybe we're not at that point yet. We're at the silly idiot point. Okay. Something else I would absolutely say though. Okay. Protag is yet again stunned. Next to them is Lux. Smiling. I'll just say, looking equally engaged in the situation. She laughs and mentions that Vera... I'm just thinking about the ways I would actually say this, and it's funny. Because, like, once again, because I'm, like, mostly Lux during this, it means when I write Lux stuff, I'm just kind of actually more directly writing myself. Like, if I was Vera, it'd be more me writing directly myself with the Vera parts, but I'm Lux, so, like, I just know what I would say in this situation.
You have to make sure to have, like, next time Vera is fronting, you have to make sure she doesn't pass on all the Vera parts.
Yeah. So she laughs and mentions that Vera's tail was touching her butt, and then it touched Protag's face. Protag got indirectly butt face kissed. I would say that. That is what I would say. That is the thing I would say. Actually, though. Human says, nah, make the player work for that good boy girl them. Yeah, maybe I should. Joe says, yeah, I love accidentally stealing the crown whenever I compliment Stowaway on taking the crown. Did it happen again? Human says, no, not at all. She is definitely not squishy at all. I'm definitely not being sarcastic. Oh. Human hates me. Human's being sarcastic to me. That means human hates me. I'm being silly. Human says, oh, what about introducing a nickname like Pet or Fly, maybe, since she's a spider creature. Fly is good! That is so good! Oh my god. Fucking Human! Yeah, I didn't know I get so pumped when I do this, but I'm getting pumped. That's so good! Oh!
Like Little Fly. Yeah, I like that.
Oh, I think right here will be Silly Fly. Because, yeah. Very calls Protag a Silly Fly, saying they don't know what they're talking about. Oh, fuck. Doing this with other people, and when you guys give me ideas, and I go like, yes! And also when I get ideas, and I go like, yes! I'm so fucking pumped. Human says, you better be. How could I ever hate you? Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you. Human says, love that writer's juice. Let it flow through your veins. I know! I don't usually take time to write because it's a slower endeavor, but doing it on stream is kind of a good idea, maybe. It's getting me more engaged with it. The frickin' that ADHD stuff with me is just like, whenever I have projects like this, or like drawing, I just can't focus on it for long enough. But now I'm able to, with streaming. But when I stream art, it's more difficult because I get more overwhelmed. JS says, no, just saying just I saying, if I had a nickel for every time it happened, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's still weird it happened twice. Ha 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 ha, yes, true. It's true indeed. JL says, I know the feeling. I have so many book ideas written down. One is pretty much Danganronpa, I have to admit. Nice. I admitted to Jody the other day because I knew I had to admit to her. I knew she would hate me because of it, but I had to admit it. When I was like 15, I wrote a story on DeviantArt that was called like the biggest crossover ever of all time, and it was a crossover of 50 different characters that I really liked, And it was them being put into, of course, a Hunger Games situation. And it included characters like the red versus blue characters. It included, like, Jason Voorhees. It included Pyramid Head, because I just think Pyramid Head is cool, because it's another masked character. It included,
You haven't played Silent Hill?
No, but I've watched the movies.
Oh, okay.
It included, like, Master Chief. It included, like, YouTubers. I'm pretty sure, like, fucking Markiplier was in there. It was silly stuff. So it says Danganronpa is a good book idea. Yeah. Junko Enoshima meets Vriska Serket is something Teenage Me has always wanted to see. Oh shit. That'd be something. Protag is confused. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, I'm nerding out about my own stuff. Okay. I have another idea. If the horny one is in here, right? Oh, shit. Horny. Finds out about Protag's whipped, kissed butt, face, and licks the cheek that was hit. To then have a whipped, kissed butt, face, tongue, taste. I still need a name for horny. For the horny avatar and self of mine, it would be like writhe, malice, writhing malice. I think malice is a good name, but it's not really fitting. Like, it's good as a name, but it's not really fitting to the tone of that version of me. Human, do you know anything about plurality? I don't know if I've talked about that with you. JL says, I had the idea that as a bunch of children of affluent people are in their private getaway before suddenly they all pass out. When they wake up, they're told the world has ended. They aren't followed out and are trapped inside the walls, as the people claim it is for their own protection from the poisoned air outside. Plurality? No, plurality. I'll type it in chat. Do you know about that with people and with me? It's something I've been really nervous to talk about for years, but I've been able to talk about it more so recently. Plurality, yes. Human says, ah! Everything okay? Oh, as in poly? No. Poly is different. That's polyamory. I am also poly, but that's different. That's a different thing. Plurality is like, I don't know exactly how to describe it, but like the most common interpretations of plurality are when people talk about like dissociative identity disorder or like DID or split personality. And people have it's been kind of talked about and discovered that it is a lot more common than people believe it to be, and kind of what we see what we normally think of when we think of like split personality or DID is like, oh, this really super like disabled or like usually often evil person in media that like completely loses all of their like memories when they switch from one personality to another. But it's being discovered it's a lot more common, and also there are, just like a lot of things in life, like most things, it is a spectrum of intensity and variation, where for some people it's like it's more like you just kind of have different personalities around different people or in different situations, which is very common. for a lot of people, but sometimes it's more like a little bit to a higher degree, where there could be memory stuff, or there could be, like, I often forget stuff when I realize I've switched personalities, and it's been very hard for me to talk about for years because I've felt nervous to talk about it, because I was like, oh, people are going to see me as a freak, and also I see myself as a freak. But I've been coming to terms with it lately, and I've been talking about it more so within the past year or so. And that's kind of what this is about. It's about my different selves, as I call them. The different ways I present myself around different people, or when I'm in different moods or emotions. And sometimes it has like memory blockage, sometimes it doesn't. It's often called like the different selves, that's how I call it, but most people say it's like different alters. Another term people have used, a term that has been like heavily made fun of, which is unfortunate, is like headmates, stuff like that. Yes, I have plurality, as I've mentioned before. Yeah, it's more, I don't think people say I have plurality, it's more like I am plural. I think that's usually how people say it, but I don't know, maybe people also say I have plurality, I don't know. Human says, yeah, not loving how a split personality gets treated in media. It's either horny or deadly, and I hate it. Yeah, it's kind of messed up. But it is one of those things that is a lot more common. And I have been nervous for a while to talk about it, I think purely because we're in a place where, like, you know, when trans people, like, started to get a little bit more talk, and people were, like, suddenly like, oh, they're all over the place, and that means they're not real. It's kind of the same fear of that, because I even had some of that internalized myself, unfortunately, in the beginning. It's like, but, like, then how is everybody I know plural? Like, how is this happening? Like, I know so many people who are plural. Like, that just doesn't make sense. How are you sure are you sure it's real? But it's more because people are able to actually use words to express it. It's more that people are able to actually realize that about themselves, and
also people who are similar to each other gravitate towards each other.
And people who are similar to each other gravitate towards each other. But, like, a lot of reasons that are the same with, like, other identities that are marginalized. In that, like, yeah, it's not that it's suddenly appearing, it's that it's suddenly being more able to be recognized by people who are that identity and by people who aren't. And so that's something that I've been kind of realizing about myself, which is what this story is about, and which is why I've talked about how there's, like, I have different selves, and why I have a few different avatars that I use to represent those selves. Currently, this is, like, my Vera avatar for my Vera self. There's, like, Vera, Surme, and Lux, as you know from the story. Then there's a couple others that I'm trying to kind of reach because they're a bit more hidden in my subconscious. But, like, the horny one that's going to be in the story. Yeah. Human says, I love that you feel safe and secure enough to talk about it, and I'm glad you're in a better place with it now. You are seen and loved. Thank you for informing me. Hell yeah. I'm glad I'm able to. It's just, like, for a while, I saw it as, like, oh, I'm just gender fluid, and it's kind of like the different levels of that, which it also kind of is. Like, I am still gender fluid. It's just that the different selves, like, express themselves through the different gender fluidity. But yeah, no, like I said, I do feel more comfortable talking about it now, but for a long time I wasn't. For a long time I wasn't even comfortable talking about it with other people, or even thinking about it to myself even. It's been... I've struggled in ways that have been a lot more negative with plurality than I have with transness. Like, when I was like, oh, I can be a girl, it was like the happiest thing ever. I was just so happy. When I realized, like, oh, I might probably be plural, I was like, oh god, no, please, I don't want this. It was very different. So it's been a process, and I've kind of, to be honest, I don't feel too, like, super safe or secure or comfortable talking about it yet, particularly on stream. I've been kind of trying to have to force myself to, so I can be hopefully more comfortable at some point, because it is still seen as very weird and strange to a majority of people. Yeah. In any case, let us continue here. We got the good part of horny Yeah. So, like, what I was mentioning was my different selves are Surme, Lux, and Vera. I also have 2 hidden ones. One that is the horny one, and that, like, the horny avatar I showed. And then one that is, like, one that wears a mask at all times. And like that. See, like, an example of plurality is, like, do you ever have, like, it's common, I feel like, with neurodivergent people, because do you ever have people that you really heavily mask around? Like, you talk to them very differently than you would most other people because you're not that comfortable around them. You don't show your true self a lot. That can often, like, become an alter, because, like, that's what it's called.
I have a metamorph who is like.
Yeah, you should probably say what metamor is, by the way.
A metamor is like someone who has who. He and I both have the same partner, basically.
So
He is
Jody's
another one of my
partner's
partners.
partner.
Yeah. He's very adamant that, like, it's very difficult. Like, he doesn't think that there's any people in our society right now who are trans who don't have some amount of plurality, even if it's, like, subsumed in a way where they can't really, like, consciously access it.
Yeah, there's, like, a lot of different theories on that, of, like, if you have had to mask for a substantial amount of your life because you are trans or queer, or, like, queer in any way, or trans or neurodivergent or whatever, then there's a good chance you might have some level of plurality without even realizing it. Because, like, you being able to talk to someone completely different than you talk to someone else, almost to the point of being basically a different person, can be considered plurality. It's just kind of, and, like, people have known, like, that is the case. Like, a lot of people, like, yeah, of course I talk to this person differently than I talk to this person. It's just, once again, now we're kind of able to apply actual words to it. So he says, I understand where those fears are coming from, but it's not weird or strange to me. I'm glad you can talk about it, and I'm honored you trust us enough to. Heck yeah, thank you, Stole. I appreciate it. It's been tough, but, like, with my channel being one of the places, I've always considered my YouTube to be one of the, like, safest spaces for me. For a long, long time, it's been a place for me to escape to. Outside of, like, my life with family or people around me or my environment or society or whatever, YouTube was the place I was able to escape to and stream and make videos and be myself. And so even when I am realizing I'm having a little bit of trouble, I want to try to push myself to be able to talk about something I'm uncomfortable about, because I want to be comfortable here. It is my space to be comfortable. I don't want to create an environment where I will be uncomfortable in the future. The human says, that sounds intense. I'm sorry that you have to go through all that, but no, you face zero judgment here. Just do your best and that's enough. Heart. Thank you so much, human. I really appreciate it. Human says, I always assumed that was just masking, huh? Well, like, it's hard to say whether masking to that level is, I mean, it's not really hard to say. It's up to you if you want to call that plurality. And, like, investigate that more. But it's the same thing with, like, that isn't to say, because, like, some people will take what I just said as, like, oh, that means it isn't real, because I just get to imagine whether it's true or not. No, it's the same thing as in, like, it's up to you if you realize, like, oh, you might be trans. It is up to you to choose whether you want to actually identify with that and go forth with that or not. Kind of the same thing as in that sense, not in, because a lot of people will take, like, oh, if it's my choice, then that means it's not real. No. It is real. It's your choice whether you want to examine that, and actually decide or examine if you feel like you identify with that feeling. Like, a way I did it is I started writing notes to myself when I felt like I was in a different mindset, basically, because I started off considering them as different mindsets that I'm in, and I will write notes to myself in those mindsets, compare them, and then I gave myself a few different names, and I started writing down how often I felt like one or the other. Like, once again, I use that app I like to talk about, where it's kind of like a note-taking app, like a mood tracker. But basically, I started like logging how often I was one mindset or another mindset, and the names that applied to them. And once I realized, like, oh, I'm switching between these all the time, and they do have pretty different, like, ways of approaching things, then, yeah, this seems like it's a thing. It seems like it's something I kind of relate to and understand now, and I've been able to examine it over time through that. I think a lot of people will do the same thing with that they do with, like, trying to figure out if they're trans or not also, where it's like, oh, but, like, what about this? Does this mean I don't count? Because people will be like, oh, I don't, but I do remember things. Does that mean I don't count? No, a lot of people remember things. I have a somewhat of a difficulty remembering things from my different selves, but actually, since examining this sort of stuff that I've been doing for the past year, it has somewhat helped with those memory issues, because I've been able to, like, more so connect with these different selves rather than kind of, like, hide them under the surface, and all that. Also, remember I mentioned this earlier. When I have serious talks, I become Vera. It's happening. So, like, what else? I made myself lose my track. Yeah, like, examining this stuff has helped me realize how I relate to all of it. And, like, another thing people will often say, like, oh, but, like, this is a thing, so doesn't that mean it's not real, or, like, it doesn't apply to me? People do that with the memory thing. People will do that with, like, oh, but, like, each one of these different parts of me, each of my different alters or myselves, all have the same opinions on everything. And it's like, yeah, because they're all still part of you. That can still happen. Like, you can think of them as different people. You can also think of them as just different parts of yourself. I personally think of them as kind of, like, in between, but, like, this all falls into the same realm of plurality. And I'd recommend, like, looking this stuff up. There's a lot of good, helpful things on it. I hope that helps with some of that stuff. Human says, hey, I'm always down to learn new things. Every day I learn more and more about the hunk of flesh inside our bone cases. Yes, true. There's a lot to it, huh? A lot to it. And it's one of those things where people are like, well, I don't see it in front of me, and it's in your brain, therefore it's fake. And I'm glad that more recently, like the past couple decades, more or less, it's been looked into more as, like, just because it's not physically happening in front of your eyes doesn't mean it's not real. Like, basically, like, feelings are real. That's basically what it comes down to. Feelings, emotions are things that are happening. In any case. Okay. Last we wrote, Horny finds out that Protag's whipped kissed butt face and licks the cheek that was hit to then have a whipped kissed butt face tongue taste. Butt face tongue taste. Okay. Human sends hearts. Thank you. And I don't know if this made anyone else realize things about themselves in the chat, but if so, like, feel free to ask questions. I'm happy to help. Some of this stuff can be a lot sometimes. It's always a lot discovering more about yourself. I know. I know that sort of thing for sure. Okay. Protag is confused. She had been sitting there this whole time. So, like, this is across the room from where the protagonist originally sat. Surmay walks over and asks if Protag is okay. Okay, and then let's see. So this is, we can get into another thing with like different choices here. So like, let's see. Yeah, here we go. Like right here. 6C, if protag made choice Vera 1, then the whole line is also said by Vera here. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Next time's luck, so get equally engaged in the situation. Should have been sitting there this whole time. So, the situation with Lux was... Ah, okay. D, if product made choice Lux 1. Lux says she told you about the tales. Okay, and then so like basically each one of these will have like a new extra line that would only be said if you chose like that character. Once again, Sir May is going to be apologizing a bunch. Okay. So 6E, protect made choice Sir May 1. Sir May apologizes a ton and says she says like, remember how I mentioned I had a person? Yeah, like that sort of thing. Okay. I should read more visual novels in preparation for this.
I was just about to say that, actually. I was thinking the same for me, too.
Ah, yeah. Jody said she wanted to help do some, like, script rereading and, like, editing and stuff like that, which would be great. Thank you, Jody.
You're welcome, Pepper.
Right now I'm doing skeletonizing. So the first thing I did on the first stream, Jody, was I just wrote a bunch of notes about, like, setting, background, protagonist, end goal, plot, a bunch of stuff like that, and things that I made with the audience. And like decided on with the audience. Brainstorming 2 is making a very rough like or I don't even have brainstorming 1 open, do I? Where's brainstorming 1? Is it just 2? Maybe it just goes into 2. Where's the... Oh no, the full plot is right here. So I have the full plot there, and then I took each of these little notes I made, Jody. Like, this is what I'm calling skeletonizing. I took like each of these notes of the plot. This is like the full plot of the game. I took one of these notes and I copied it into here and then elaborated on it and like what happens inside of it.
I've usually called it outlining, but skeletonizing also works.
I don't know. I don't remember any formal teaching
fair.
about this stuff, unfortunately. I don't think we were taught much about free writing. And so then I took like one of these from here again, also Jody, from this second one, and I put it in here, and then did the same thing, made it a bit. So like each part is being more and more expanded upon. I'm calling it skeletonizing, but yeah, maybe it's called outlining. I don't know. Human says bones. I left to grab food. Did I miss anything? Nope, nothing really. I am just adding more to the story and how this progress goes. We're at 9 pages of this one, of this particular, of Brainstorming 3. Let me see here. What would happen after this, no matter which choice Protag made? As in, like, what would... I'm assuming another thing would happen with Surmay or Lux here, since now we have two different... one of them in the same place. Oh, okay. It could... What is the next bit? The next bit is... Yeah, okay, the next bit is gonna be that one. So let's... I want to add to this where she is nerding out. Well, I feel like Surmay wouldn't just like start nerding out of nowhere. It would be like if it's allowed, like if it is allowed to be done. If nerding out is allowed to be done, then Surmay will do it. So it says hi and starts a convo. So I was gonna say like and also nerds out a bit, but I think that only happens if she is given an opportunity where she feels comfortable to do it. If it is, quote, appropriate. What do you mean? What do you mean, human? This is how it starts a convo. Like if she doesn't feel like she'll get embarrassed, basically. Because she'll be nervous to do it. Yeah. Says... Or, let's add. Asks Protag if they want to do a bit of studying now. Protag says sure. Surmay nerds out a little about so what was the assignment we made? It was history and formation of Dead Post. Okay. About how Dead Post was created very suddenly. Yeah, okay. Saying it is interesting. Very suddenly, very recently. Saying it is interesting. And then we could add this same bit also to here, I think. That way that information is through both story bits. He was as well, I'm assuming if it's appropriate for the situation, like she feels like she can nerd out without bending a norm. Just like she is scared of nerding out because she doesn't want to look weird. Which is how I have been in the past. Stretchy, stretchy. We're already 3 hours into this stream. That's redonkulous. Human says mood. I always love hearing people nerd out. I think it's great. I also like to nerd out. I think it's great. I'm back to Lux. I don't know if anyone noticed. Okay. So now we have, we should add some of the things to this. So the difference here, there is no difference here. That's been added. It's just kind of more, it's just, so like when there's been a choice that's been allowed to be made, and that is which person we meet first. And I'm trying to write notes down here, these ones, the 3 choices, about like what the differences between each choice have been and like what different causes have happened. This one is just like you could say there's a difference between things that have happened because of one choice and another, and then there's sometimes where it's just like different context. So like in this one, it's just a different context of this thing happening, where it's the same thing but a little bit less romantic.
Thanks,
because of that no hand touching and stuff like that. You're welcome, Michael DeSanta from Hey Video Game Grand Theft Auto 5, released in 2013, starring Ned Luke. You're welcome, Human. Thank you for liking the stream. Nailed cuff. What? What's that mean?
What does that mean? I don't get it. What does that mean?
So there's no real difference between these two, so I'm not going to add anything to the specifications here. I'm going to label this though. Differences due to choices. Differences due to choices. Okay. Ideas. Goals with each story bit. Okay. So once we're done with the story bit, I am going to like check through this to make sure we hit each one of those. Yeah, so none of these ideas have happened yet. Future ideas. Okay, yeah. I just wanted names for these sections so I could like refer to them more easily. So now with these three variations, if Protag made Vera, choice Vera 1, then I Told You to Trust Me is also said by Vera here. That's like more context, but it's not, I'd say, that important of a difference. 60 if Protag, but I should promises she'll return it with an added trust me. Okay. Yeah, alright. If Protag made choice Lux 1, Lux says she told you about the tales. That's more also just context. That's not something I think I need to add to the differences due to choices. It's like not something we need to remember for the future, basically. The fact that this was also said here, like additionally said, because Lux was chosen in this case. If Protag made choice Surmay 1, Surmay apologizes a ton and says, remember how I mentioned I had a person. So that one is a little bit more of a thing because it's like referring to previous conversation that is part of down here. That's also true for the I told you to trust me bit. Told you about the tails is kind of like just reaffirming something that was said before. Like, so I basically am saying that that one and this one are kind of in between the whole different types. So the different types are like, it's something we have to remember. It's just added context. Here, I'm gonna write this down too. Notes. Alright, I'll just write different types of variations. Different levels of variations. And then it's gonna be like level 1, which is like for future knowledge. I would say to be remembered. To be remembered. To be remembered. Something that a choice caused that needs to be remembered for future events to happen / not happen. Level 2 is reference, which is something that references a previous choice but isn't and can only happen due to that choice but isn't a unique event in of itself. And then level 3 will be context. Something that references a previous choice but doesn't matter to any future events. Okay, I think these are good to have. So I might let's see here. This is gonna be like a key I'm gonna use to remember stuff. I'm gonna highlight it with different colors. Let's see. That's pretty intense. That's also pretty intense. I want it to be a pretty light, like, not that intense of a... Yeah, that's like... Okay, never mind. Hang on. I'm just gonna... It's fine. It's fine. Red. That's definitely in my face. Red. Orange. Oh, that's different. Maybe I'll do it that way instead of... I'll just make it the text that color. That's a little bit easier on the eyes. Level 3 will be yellow. Okay, so this will just help me know which one is which. So, different levels of variations / causes. Okay. So the thing up there was the choice. These are themselves like big changes. Okay. I think this one would be orange. This one would be yellow. And this one would be orange. So like protag made choice Vera 1, I told you trust me, is also by Vera here. So it references a previous thing. But like it doesn't need to be remembered itself. Well, Human says, shh, 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 shh. I was trying to say nailed it. No one can know I made a mistake. I'm so sorry. Human said BRB. Oh, you should have typed redeem BRB in the chat. That would have been pretty good. Okay. I think I need to more clearly show the difference between level 2 and level 3 here. So this thing can only be happen to that context, but isn't. And may result in future events. In future references or context. That should be with a capital C and capital R. References and context. Level 1 to be remembered is something that a choice cause that needs to be remembered for future events to happen, or not for but like when future events happen or don't happen. Yeah, and then level 2 is something that references the previous choice and can only happen due to that choice and may result in future references or contexts. And may I'm just contextualizing this, compartmentalizing this in my brain and figuring out what I mean here. And may need to be remembered. May need to be remembered in future events. And may / can or may need to be or can be or just can be. Okay. So level 1, to be remembered, something that a choice caused that needs to be remembered when future events happen / don't happen. Level 2, reference, something that references a previous choice and can only happen due to that choice and may need to be or just can be remembered in future events. Level 3, context, something that references a previous choice but doesn't matter to any future events. Okay. I think that explains that to myself. Okay. This is something that like I was thinking while writing, and now I've kind of like made an actual system for myself for it, which I think is good. It is like 6:30, what the heck? 3.5 hours of streaming already. I've been going crazy with this. So this is something that I'd say is something I want to remember. Wrong one. because there's a chance that like if it's brought back to like, oh hey, remember how we met, then this needs to be remembered. I'm gonna do it specifically here. Yeah. Like, so in this version of events, this happened here instead of previously, which is why I wanted to make that red. Okay. So that means I should also add here met Sir May at lunch. And I'll do the same thing for Lux's, because that is the difference here. Met Sir May at lunch, met Sir May at lunch, rather than in the Sir May choice, met Sir May, like, not at lunch, earlier on. If you did Vera's thing, you meet Vera in the hallway. If not, you meet her at lunch also. So in Lux's thing, you meet Vera at lunch. Same thing with Sir May, meet Vera at lunch. Like the first conversation. Okay. So, first meeting of Vera with Lux, and Sir May's roots are meeting her at lunch. In Lux and Vera's route, the first time meeting Sir May is at lunch. And then the first time meeting Lux in Vera and Sir May's roots is at lunch. Met Lux at lunch. Like, first time talking to her, really. Or having anything said to them. Met Lux at lunch. So this is just helpful to remind me, like, okay, in this line of events, the first conversation with this character happened then, rather than then. Oh, okay. So he says, I think it's a good idea to keep the systems in mind. Also, I love writing systems. It's the most fun bit of any project. That's cool. I didn't realize I'd be doing this because I've never written anything, like, substantially long before. This will be, like, the longest thing I've written, probably. And the most, like, in-depth. Like, oftentimes when I've written stuff before, it was, like, when I was a teenager, I was writing fan fiction, and I was just kind of going when I felt like it. And, just writing. I just write whenever I felt like it. It wouldn't be like this whole organized thing with systems and stuff. And then other stuff I've written is usually like a couple to like several pages long rather than a full-on story like I'm doing here. So I think this is going to be helpful for me. Okay. I wonder if instead of it doing it this way, maybe I'll make the text here normal again. Yeah, I think this is how I'll do this. Ah. Okay, we're good. And I'll do the coloration stuff here. Vera steals Protag's phone. That will be red. Promotion, she'll return it with an added trust me. will be red. Headache after being pushed over and stepped on can be orange. Met Survey at lunch, met Lux at lunch will be orange as well. Because like these things can come up again, but they don't necessarily have to. The red things mean they have already come up again, or they will for sure come up again, or they need to be remembered for the future. If like the headache comes up again, then it will be more. Then it can change to red. So, mentioned having a tail and ability to lay eggs alongside Vera and Surmay too. Date setup Lux, those are both red. This one's also red. These ones are orange. Surmay protagonist study session with Surmay. This will be red. This one will be orange. Phone broken, taken by Surmay to get fixed by someone is red. Someone being Vera, unknown to protag until confrontation. And then these ones will be orange. Okay. Okay. Yeah, the yellows I probably won't even actually have to write in here because, like, the whole point is they don't matter anyways. And those are, like this line. Like, that doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter for me to write, like, oh, Lux also mentioned the tail thing a second time. But, like, the added trust me thing and it being repeated is kind of important. And Surmay saying, remember I had a person, which was this whole bit is important also. Okay, I think this is a good system. Okay, next section I want here is for the characters, for a conversation to happen. Depending on which choice was made. If... we gotta tie things back up. This is confusing. Okay, so... if Protag made choice Surmay 1, yeah, Surmay apologizes a bunch, and says, remember how I mentioned I had a person. And then we could do... yeah, and then we could do another one of these, I think, which would be 6D and choice Lux 1. And it'll be Lux apologizing instead. Apologizing with a somewhat smug laugh, saying she didn't know Vera would sell the phone. Okay. Okay, cool. And I think that can be the end of that segment. I think after that, it can just be like, and then the rest of the classes happened that day, nothing really interesting, and then we went, then the day ended, like the school day ended. Yeah. After this, the rest of the school day goes normally and uneventfully. The story cutting to the next event. Okay. Cool. Cool. It's interesting. Each time, at this point, with how intense we're getting with this, it's like, I'm wondering if each stream will just be like another one of these little segments until we get through the whole thing. Which we'd still have a lot to do. Okay, so sees a bunch of classmates. So now we are at 7. Okay. Sees a bunch of classmates going to the cafe on the border between Dead Post and Pepton, where archives of Pepperani streams are being played. Protag leaves school for the day. Somewhat, or in somewhat of a disbelief and somewhat of a disappointment. And somewhat of an excitement. Disbelief due to transport, weird girls, and having chosen to actually try to blend in here at school. Disappointment that things seem to be going sort of the same. As before, in that they are still sort of nothing. I'm gonna say change that to hidden away from everybody. Like, this is gonna be kind of said through the character doing some narration. Yeah, so narrating their feelings of somewhat of a disbelief and somewhat of a disappointment and somewhat of an excitement. Disbelief due to transport, weird girls having chosen to actually try to blend in here at school. Disappointment that things seem to be going the sort of same way, disappointment that things seem to be going sort of the same as before, in that they are still sort of hidden away from everybody. I don't need to say sort of so much. Still. I don't know what that feeling would be. Feeling like they don't exist to people. Except for the 3 girls, for better or worse. Okay. Realizing the 3 girls kind of have noticed them for better or worse makes Protag kind of excited as they remember whatever plans they have coming up due to whichever choice they made. I.e. Well, i.e. Study plans, date plans, or I think I'm gonna add to this, add to a bit here. So you trust me? I'll meet you later. I'm gonna add that. So like that's the other part. So plans, date plans, or meeting Vera.
Hey, loser.
Study with Surmay plans, date with Lux plans, or meeting with Vera plans. What was that one? Ready to sip? Thank you for the sweet. They're always so tasty. I will take a sippy. Nice outfit. Thank you. Thank you. Good sippy. Good sippy. I appreciate it. Okay. So Protag leaves school for the day, narrating their feelings of somewhat of a disbelief. Narrating their feelings of somewhat of a disbelief and somewhat of a disappointment and somewhat of an excitement. Disbelief due to transport, weird girls to having chosen to actually try and blend in here at school. Disappointment that things seem to be going sort of the same as before and that they're feeling like they don't exist to people, except for the three girls, for better or worse. Realizing that the three girls have kind of noticed him, them, for better or worse, makes Protag kind of excited as they remember whatever plans they have coming up due to whichever choice they made, i.e. study with Surmay plans, date with Lux plans, or meeting with Vera plans. See, the problem I've noticed with myself actually with this is so many visual novels of especially like dating types have the main protagonist be a guy, obviously, because that's unfortunately how a lot of them are. And so my brain keeps like defaulting the protagonist to being a guy, which I don't want to do because that's kind of like against the whole point. Okay. So the other thing is we want a teacher to stop the protagonist, though. Maybe that should have happened up here. Or should it happen down here, maybe? Like, as we're walking out of the school. Okay, yeah. Hi, Vodka. Welcome to the stream. Vodka saying hi, hello. Thanks for stopping by. Also, funny thing is, Vodka, your name is, yeah, totally not a cow in men's clothing. And I think it's really funny because you're actually here at the same time Human is here. The person named Skylar Stone, who I may have mentioned before, whose other username was totally not a human. And I think it's really funny that there's two people named totally not a blank. Yippee, it's novel time. Yeah, we're working on stuff. We got totally not a cow in men's clothing, and then we got totally a human. Totally a human and totally not a cow in men's clothing. So it's not totally not. There's totally not A and then totally A. Are the two differences between you two. But either way, I have a feeling neither of you are human based off of your usernames. I must meet this creature. Yeah, it's Skylar Stone in the chat, although she is kind of, I think she did recently say she'll be right back, so maybe she'll be back in a minute. In any case, as Protag walks out of the building, a teacher outside stops them. Vodka says, I have my first booba. What? Mango green tea with strawberry booba. What? Strawberry booba? That's just like me. I have strawberry booba. That's great. Vodka says, we should have a boba tea date in the game. That'd be cute. There is a cafe. So maybe. The teacher is the history one from earlier. Big jiggling bobas. Yeah. That's what I got right here. JL says, strange thing is I'm more used to female protags, but I also read a lot of manga, which is the usual since a lot of them are otome. Otome? Yeah, I guess also it's just like, I guess I shouldn't say explicitly like visual novel. I haven't read a lot of visual novels. I've read Katawa Shoujo, guy protagonist. Nekopara, guy protagonist. Fruto Grisaya, guy protagonist. And that's basically it. And then there's also like a lot of like harem dating anime slice of life stuff, and those are usually also guys a lot of the time. Vodka says, I almost all of the visual novels I've played have tenderness MCs. Tenderness MCs? What does that mean? He gives the opportunity to change protag's homework, since he apparently didn't even realize protag was a new student until later after class when it hit him. The new assignment is let's see, it's down here in the notes. Right, self-introduction essay for the next day. Yeah, okay. Assignment is to write a self-introduction essay about why the protag moved to Dead Post and what they love about it. Teacher expects this to be written or to be read out loud in front of class because he sucks. I'm thinking we should start giving this teacher a name, because it looks like this teacher is going to be a character, to a degree. What's like annoying teacher name, but also like annoying teacher name in a fantasy world? Vodka says genderless, curse you, autocorrect. Yeah, genderless. Okay, I get what you mean. I guess if the one where, what the fuck is the fucking KFC visual novel I did for a stream like a few years ago, I did do that. That is a thing I did. Privatized stream also by now. That one I think was genderless. But also that was like the KFC visual novel. That's only like a couple hours long. Sir June, the evil counterpart to Sir May. No. No! No! That was one of the things people made fun of me when I first tried going by Sir May in high school. People were like, oh, but like, it's a weird name. It also has like Sir in it, and isn't that against the point? And it's like, no, it's not that type of Sir. It just means something to me. Come on, let me have it. Mr. CU? Or Mr. Q? Maybe. I'm imagining the teacher to look like Q from Star Trek now. Mrs. Jigglefizz? Wow. I think the teacher is a guy. That's kind of what I've been imagining. Sir May's a really cool name. Thank you so much, Stowaway. I appreciate that. Cognatus Empire tends to have like Latin style names. If this person is very much like a Cognatus Empire citizen, then we could do like a Latin or Roman style name for this person. What's a word? Just give me a word that should embody this annoying teacher who is like giving the opportunity to make your project more annoying and difficult. Bob McDude?
That's great.
But no. What's a word that embodies yeah, like an asshole teacher who gives you more work because he thinks that's a good thing for fun? Guy Fieri? What are you talking about, Snacks? Actually, I shouldn't even say that. This is all you, Vaca. So, as you know, when a teacher is really persistent that their students use their doctor title, what if this guy's title is officer because he is an ex-cop? Oh, fuck. That is really good. That is really good. That is good. Yeah. I'm copying what you said there, and I'm adding it to the notes. Teacher is... Teachers... I have to make it all the same. 17... Okay. Teacher's title is officer. Because he's the ex-cop and he makes sure students know it. Ugh. Disgusting. Mr. Sog? Oh, I see. Vaca says, yes, officer, that there. Perfect. Yeah, that is pretty fitting. Let's add that up here somewhere. Where are we? B. So, teacher is named officer. Teacher makes students call him officer. Vera shown by correcting Vera when she says his normal name. So I think we'd still come up with a normal name, and it'd be one that like Vera says just to like kind of piss him off. Sog, we could like, okay, I'm asking for like a word, like soggy. Is that what the word looking at? Like, what is soggy in Latin? That's what I'm gonna search up. English to Latin. Soggy. The word is tractuosis. Tractuosis. Whoops. Soggy. But also that can translate to the word draw, apparently. What about moist? Humid. I hate humidity. Humidum. Oh, that's kind of plain. How about like his name is Hugh Midum. Officer Jigglybits, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do, Vaca? ACAB, yeah, hell yeah. So his normal name, let's do, so it's actually spelled like humidum,
humidum. Oh, hang on. It's like
Umidum.
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 Umidum. Not humidum. Umidum. Ooh. Me doom. Yumidum. Yumidum. Well, actually, I could make him like. Vera would totally call him Omi Dumb. Omi Doom. Another thing, since we're kind of doing the whole. Okay, Jody, I want you for this part.
1 second, sorry.
Jody needs 1 second, but I want her for this part in a second. Yes, is Mr. Soggy. The thing I try to make it sound like is misogyny.
Sorry, what was it that you...
Okay, so the thing I forgot. I remember last visual novel stream I wanted to ask you to explain something to the chat a little bit
Yeah.
because I was kind of out of it. I think you did, but I don't remember. So I'm kind of trying to replicate the whole thing of like where capitalism in America is trying to be like, hey, look, we're cool with the queers and all that.
Rainbow capitalism?
Rainbow capitalism by like having capitalism by having like rainbow American flag, or by like doing that stuff, kind of like appropriating queer culture
Yeah.
for capitalism.
So there's kind of two parts of this. What you're talking about is rainbow capitalism, when like capitalists are trying to do that.
Uh-huh.
There's also the other half of this, which is called homo nationalism,
Yeah.
which is like when you see queer people be like,
Yeah.
America's the best because we have queer rights here. You know,
Yeah.
not knowing anything about anywhere else and what the rights are like there, you know.
Yeah. That okay, cool. So yeah, the thing I'm going for here is like there's this town Pepton, which is the town where I'm from, and the Cognos Empire after Monster Play kind of started to recognize like there's beginnings of revolution stuff in this area, and so they part of the background plot of this is that they built the town of Deadpost directly next to Pepton in an attempt to kind of drive a bunch of the economy there, and they started adopting Spidere style architecture and themes and stuff while being extra, and like even like Monstra style themes and stuff to be like kind of like extra in your face about it, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But being like more like imperial about it, obviously. Would that fall under the lines of this?
I'm not sure if I follow entirely.
Okay, so Spider characters in Pepton have done some revolutionary work, even to minor degrees. Like if you remember the story with like the whole Blue Mist and all that.
Yeah.
Pepton and the Spider characters, which is me, there had parts had to do with that stuff. The Empire, the Cognatus Empire, was able to kind of like figure that out and decided to make a small town next to Pepton, directly next to it, that is where they're trying to drive the economy there instead of to Pepton, or drive people there instead of to Pepton, and are trying to make this place an extra nationalistic, patriotic town. Deadpost is what it's called. I don't know if I said that. But that's the town next to Pepton that they're making. And they're trying to be extra imperialist, extra nationalist, and the school is like teaching, for example, like the homework that the characters have is like talk about why Deadpost is so good and how its creation had to do with the Cognatus Empire.
My question is, why establish a new town instead of just kind of like taking over the existing hierarchy of this town?
Because the existing hierarchy is kind of nothing. It's just my house
Oh, okay.
and then a few like stores.
where I give stuff away for free.
I see.
Like it's basically like a small neighborhood rather than an actual town,
I see.
but it's called Pepton, like a town. So it's basically like they're just building a town next to it. Like
So
there's
then I wonder if like their framing is less explain why Dead Post is great and more just like treating it as if Pepton wasn't even really a thing.
yeah, that's exactly what it is. It is more that. Like they are acting like it doesn't exist, which is why, like, the whole thing is like explain why you moved to Dead Post and why you like this place so much when characters like my characters and also the soon to be the protagonist as well actually live in Pepton despite this, and it's being completely ignored. But at the same time, they've started adapting some of Pepton's like culture having to do with like spider webs and spider themes and stuff.
I almost wonder. Okay, so this specific example is not something that I almost feel bad kind of drawing on this for this, but like, so the capital of Israel, Tel Aviv, Israelis will talk about it as if like, oh yeah, when Zionist settlers arrived here, we just created this city out of nothing. It was just desert here, but actually there was an Arab city there, and it's still like a neighborhood of Tel Aviv. But people act like that just wasn't there at all. They just completely
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it is kind of similar to that. Like that's not exactly the thing I was basing it off of, but it is a similar situation. I mean, like, so I was curious if there was like a word for this sort of thing. Like, what's the word to describe this politically?
It's kind of, well, I was gonna say it's kind of settler colonialism, not really.
Yeah,
like,
because
it's still within, like, I don't know.
It's still already a place in their empire. It's just a place where some characters and people have gathered to make their own little, like, tiny society.
I don't know if there's a specific word for it beyond just, like, repression or,
Okay.
like, co-option or, yeah.
Okay. I wanted to check. Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, the other thing. Sorry. Is, like, I was just realizing... Jody dropped a controller.
I'm in the middle of, I'm, like, towards the end of a boss fight, by the way, which is why I was like, give me a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Is it okay if I still say the other thing, or
Yeah,
do you
go
want
for
to
it.
wait? So the other thing I was thinking about, like, I just had this teacher character who is at this school in Dead Post. But I just had the idea hit me, what if this character is specifically... Oh, I forget the name of the species. Hang on. I gave the species a name. Oh, full species list. The Lizar. Yeah. So if this person is actually like a Lizar, which is like the reptilian species, who is also like a monstra and is oppressed, and is kind of like a Thrawn situation.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. Snacks. I don't know if you know anything about Thrawn. Thrawn is a character in Star Wars who is a general an admiral in the Empire in Star Wars. He's an evil guy, but also he happens to be not human like most of the Empire is, like most of their officers especially. But despite that, he has a high position, and he's kind of like going against his and other like marginalized and oppressed species by being part of the Empire. Kind of like when you hear or see people, like if we're talking about like queerness or trans people, like Blair White, for example. Like people like
Here we are.
popular queer people who have kind of thrown everyone else under the bus to try and gain either notoriety or positions of power. Hi Zach, welcome to the stream. Also I have to take Astro Dwayne, Hebob. Time for Ebibin. We're at 4 hours in this stream. Okay. Yes. Thank you for the sweets. Hi, Zach. Sorry, says avarice is a synonym for greed. I didn't know before until I just put the word greed into a Latin translator just now. Avarice. That could be good. Avarice. Omidum. Umidum. Okay. Okay, I need to write a little bit of a... Maybe I'll write this in here. Is there a characters list here? Background, protag, and goal, plot, dateable characters. Other characters. Avarice. Umidum. History. Teacher. History teacher. Nationalist. Like imperial nationalist. How did I spell it? Lizar. Okay. Was that right? Yeah, okay. Lizar. Lizar is like the normal way to say it, but I do want to make like an actual pronunciation for it, like Lizar. Something like that. I don't know. Human says, I'm back. Welcome back. I was telling Vaka about you. Vaka says, gotta take woman to the max. Oh no, the whammon. They're getting stronger. What are you talking about? How's your vision novel so far? Great. I'm having so much fun doing this. Genuinely. Yeah, Human, I was telling Vaka about you. Vaka in the chat, not vodka, Vaka in the chat, otherwise known as, yeah, totally not a cow in men's clothing. And I just thought that your names were similar in that totally not a cow, and then you previously being totally a human. I just think that's funny, and that's why I call you Human, because that's your old username. So it's funny that there's totally not a cow, and there's also totally a human. Although I am suspicious that both of you maybe not human. Totally not a human in cow's clothing. That's pretty funny. I like it. I like it. Joey just left. Okay, back to this. So, Sean walks out of the building. Teacher outside stops them. The teacher is history from earlier. Officer Omi Doom. Officer Doom. Of course, that'll be his fucking name. His name's Officer Doom. his fucking name, Officer Doom. That's good. But full name is like Omi Doom. That's kind of like the Thrawn thing too, where Thrawn actually has a full name. Whoa, totally a human. You've transferred. You've transitioned from Skylar Stone to totally a human. Oh my god. I still have that account. It's my ASMR account. Oh, like the account you use to listen to ASMR? Or to make it. Story says, I love that, Officer Doom. Yeah. Also, this kind of is also a little bit of, I switched skins. That's funny. This character, the name Doom is also kind of fitting for me because in this situation, or like satisfying to me, because I've talked about more recently, Human, this is a little bit more close to you probably because, I mean, you knew this guy, but I have recently started making myself more okay talking about my past friend, Brett, who kind of, like, ended up being awful. For a while, I didn't because I thought I shouldn't, and now I'm kind of coming to terms with, like, it's okay to talk about this stuff. But, like, one of the characters he wanted in this world when we did our Monster Play series was, like, his bird's teachers, like, he had a bird tabletop character that existed in the Monster Play series of this world, and that character had a teacher slash, like, mentor slash master who was named Doom, based off the character from Star Wars Rebels. And it'll be kind of satisfying to me to also have a different character who's named Doom, who's kind of a dick. Vodka says, hi, human creature. Totally Human says, cow creature. Hello. And Vodka says, hi, hi. I like this conversation. This is good. Your secret is safe with me. You mean that human's not a human? What about your secret of being a cow? Both of you aren't human. I don't know what human is, actually, but I know totally not a cow is definitely a cow. Totally not a cow says, human is human. Human says, as is yours, she'll never see us coming. This is great. This is really funny. I'm glad you two are finally, like, having a conversation. Ever since Vaka showed up with this username, I've always been, like, thinking about totally a human as a username. Okay. Officer Doom. That is so, like, in your face as well, just considering, like, oh yeah, he's kind of the sucky guy. His name is Doom. Here's the history from earlier. Officer Doom. Let's go back to here. Prefers to be called Officer Doom due to cop past. And it would be less cop and more like Imperial soldier. Alright, Imperial cop past.
If you want to kind of split the difference, you could be like a magistrate.
I think this is okay. I think we can still have people call themselves officer because it's like the whole thing is that the world is kind of in between fantasy and not, you know? Well, it's all fantasy, but like the way I've described it is like think of One Piece, for example, how it's all over the place with the technology and the culture and all that. Or think of, for example, since Jody's been talking about it, Final Fantasy VII. Technology and stuff like that is all over the place. Or think of Arcane, where stuff like that is all over the place. That's kind of like the type of setting this world is. Human says you can never escape me, always in the back of your mind. Human says, oh shit, what? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Human says, you never saw that. That is a man. Yes, only man. Did you accidentally say human? Or did you say cow accidentally, I mean? Did you accidentally say cow? Human? Falcon says, we are human mankind creatures, yes. Perfectly normal. Human says, all the time. Nothing, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Falcon says, all the time. No, there was no typo. Okay. You two are speaking like you're the same person at this point. I'm suspicious. This is strange. Okay, back to here. The teacher history, the history one from earlier, Officer Doom, he gives the opportunity to change Protag's homework since he apparently didn't even realize Protag was a new student until later after class when it hit him. The new assignment is to write a self-introduction essay about why the Protag moved to Dead Post and what they love about it. It and its place in the Empire. I never know which it's to use. Is it the apostrophe or is there no apostrophe?
So it's apostrophe if it's a contraction. If it's it is. If it's like
It has.
If it's it has. If it's like what do you call it? If it's possessive, there's no apostrophe.
That's the opposite of everything else.
I know.
Why is it the
No,
opposite?
it's not, because if you think his and hers don't have apostrophes, right?
No, but if I said Pepper's thing.
Yeah. But it's not the opposite in that, like, if you were saying pepper is, you would also do apostrophe s. Like, that part's the same.
Okay. Thanks, Shody.
You're welcome.
Officer Doom expects this to be read out loud in front of class because he sucks. Vaga says, no need for sussy. We are normal humans, yes. Pepper gets confused by English words. I really do. Hang on. Your message was deleted from my other chat. I have 2 chats open. It was deleted there too. I was so curious. Zach says, it's is ownership possessive. It's for it is. Okay, thank you, Zach. I typed too slow. Jody already answered. That's okay. Vodka says, Pepper's the true sissy baka. Hey, fuck you. What the hell? I didn't do anything wrong. What's that about? Vodka says she doesn't know the English words. I really don't. Okay. Protag wants to complain, but doesn't. Okay. Protag C needs a break. C's after walking off school grounds, Protag gets first real view of environment and area. Could be, those are called CGs, right? Could be a CG, like a full CG. Ignore. I'm just taking notes, frickin' program. Human says, I didn't leave, I swear. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Vaga says, good for y'all. What do you mean? What is happening? What am I missing in chat here? Yeah, you were here the whole time. What are you talking about? Are you acting like you never used the Skylar Stone account? Is that the bit here? Is that the joke? Is that the meme? Exactly, I live here. I'm so fucking confused. Okay. Notices CG carcinogeneticist. Oh my god.
It's all happening.
Yes, the human lives here all the time. Okay. Confusing Pepper is my favorite pastime. You're really good at it right now. Zach says, I think you might enjoy the manga projects I'm working on. Sweet. Rin says, I am here. Hello, Rin. Didn't you say, you said something in the server. You said, like, I will be spending half my time watching this whenever I am able to tune in, that is, thinking about Lacer and Sky engaging in awkward, cute lovemaking. Hell yeah. Half your time, and we're already like 4.5 hours in this stream. Wow, Rin, wow. Anyways, notices many students heading into a cafe called Bits in Bits in Bites. I put the apostrophe in the wrong place again. Bits and Bites. You are saving that one, Lumphao. You mean the fact that you said that? Knows many students heading into a cafe called Bits and Bites. Okay. I'm surprised how many people are here right now when, like, in my Eastern Standard Time zone from before, it was like, I don't know, it would be like 10:30 p.m. right now. Pepper's missing everything. I am! I'm so confused! What are you saying? What are you all doing? Rin says, you were waiting to throw that message at me as soon as I showed up. It's fine. It's just funny. I'm thawing out snake food? Cool! That's awesome! It's awesome that you have a snake. That's really cool. It's 8:30 for you, Zach. It's 7:30 for me. She didn't realize the human has been here since the beginning. I mean, what? Oh, brain aneurysm. Like, I mean, I know Totally a Human / Skylar Stone as a person has been here for years. Yes, I realize that. But Totally a Human, the account, was not here for this full stream, but has been on the channel before, but has not been here for this whole stream. Only got here like 5 minutes ago because I mentioned the separate account. Whereas Skylar Stone has been here for the whole stream and for previous streams. I'm losing my mind. Vaga says it's 10:24 for me. Where even are you? Oh no, that'd be the East Coast as well. Yeah, that's the thing I was saying. Oh, fuck. Human says, should I be nice and tell her the real reason? Yes, I'm losing my mind. Rain says, actually, buddy, totally human has been here for the past 5 hours. I haven't even been streaming for 5 hours. Oh. Oh. Decides to rest there and grab a bit of food with the money they got from Vera and the phone situation. I should mention also, I should go back up and make sure that food was eaten after this. Yeah, like after this, lunch was bought and eaten, and the rest of the school day goes on normally. Okay, cool. If anyone remembers, like, what the layout of Triblascus looks like, remember that Triblascus is, like, kind of like, you know, how Skyrim isn't actually that size. It's actually way larger. Kind of, and that's true for a lot of video games, like Grand Theft Auto, Elder Scrolls, etc., etc. That's true for most, like, open-world games. Imagine Triblascus if it was, like, a lot larger than it is when you see it, like, actually visually in-game. That area where the big, like, flag is, the giant one with the logo on it, imagine if, like, it would be somewhere in that area that this school is kind of my imagination. Zach says, I'm writing and listening. The pain still lingers. Writing is keeping my mind off. I hope it keeps your mind off, and I hope you feel better. What was the pain thing again? Okay, so inside there are strange terminals. Or like the front of the building offers archive viewing. Inside there are strange terminals that are apparently showing said archives. They are Pepperani streams. I don't know, I capitalized S also. Pepperani streams. Protag realizes it's Lux on the screen. Lux from school on the screen. They don't pay it too much mind until I'll just keep it there for now. Grab a bit of food from person at counter who is found to be named Cassius. If anyone has seen Monster Play, you might recognize that character, Cassius. Left side chest pain. Uh-oh, that's no good. Messed up your vacation. I'm really sorry. Does it feel like it's in your heart or anything? Human says, truth is, I said that because I turned off my phone for a second. I was trying to be funny. Boob agony. Does that have to do with the phone being turned off. The boo-backany. So you turned your phone off by accident, and then you've been pretending that you didn't. That's the joke. That's the whole joke. Is that the bit? That's the bit you tormented me with? Oh, you frickin' people in the chat. You frickin' people. You frickin' totally human people. Human says yes. Okay, fine, I see. Okay. Alright, I see. Okay, fine. Alright, sure. Alright, fine, I see. Okay, fine, sure. After sitting down at a table alone, too tired to talk to anyone this time, you hear a I typed it like it's the actual story. Protag hears a familiar thing from one of the archives. Earth is mentioned. Earth is mentioned by Lux on one of the archives. One of the terminal archives. Protag gets interested and rushes over to watch, only to see Lux, or not only, but over to watch, sees Lux is playing a game they recognize, one from Earth. Protag starts asking people around about what this is or what's going on. I'm realizing now it would have been also a good moment for the protagonist to realize that they didn't have a phone. Because they'd probably be like, oh right, frick, the Lux person wrote her address and stuff down for me in my phone, and then goes like, oh wait, the phone's not there, shit. She never gave it back to me.
Hey, loser.
Make pepper strip. Okay, thank you for the sweets. Name was tasty. I shall do so. I shall do as you request. Let's see. We got Bandage Vera. We got Bikini Vera. We got Cleavage Vera. We got, let's see. Those are kind of the lewd ones. Bandage, Bikini, Cleavage. Yeah, those are the lewd ones. Bandage, Bikini, Cleavage. Let's do the Bikini one this time. There you go. Have we seen Bikini? Oh, we have. Funny. Yes, this is the Bikini. We are making a lewd visual novel. That is accurate. Zach is not sure. I know last night my breathing was very short. I couldn't finish a sentence without having to stop to breathe for some reason. That's not good. Have you gone to a doctor about any of this pain? Human says Lux's gamertag is Luxbox, like loot box, but it's Lux because it's her. That could also mean something else. Because vagina. Vaga says, I forgot how lewd this stream is. How How have you forgotten? How have you done that? How have you done such a thing? We should also add more lewd. Also, we've gone a little bit here without lewd. Perhaps something on the archive, on one of the archives. She is being lewd. If that's happening, then protag pretends to not watch, but keeps an eye on the video. Grabs a bit of food, and yep. Maybe the thing that's happening that's being lewd is just a strip. Who knows? Vodka, well, I didn't know that. You didn't? I've always been lewd. What are you talking about? I thought we were making a perfectly innocent VN. It's a fucking porn VN. Not really. Almost. Kind of, maybe. Vodka, I'm sorry. My brain isn't automatically trained to be horny. I'm mega ace. My brain refuses to see anything as horny unless you tell me to be horny. That's fair. I mean, I am also... I'm asexual, kind of. I'm gray ace. So, like, I do get what you mean. I do get what you mean. It's one of those things where I don't know which people have and haven't been watching these streams. Like, I don't remember every single person who watched the last episode of this I did. Or the first episode of this I did. Where I talked about, like, it being, like, a sexy visual novel. And that's, like, the tone is sexy. And romantic-y. Romancy. Okay. Zach, are you still there? Okay, so everyone gives different answers ranging from it being an ARG to some weird animation series to interdimensional cable. I've seen that as a joke before. Interdimensional cable, which would probably be the most accurate. Protag asks if anyone knows where Lux is or lives. No one does. Cassius is out of earshot. Because Cassius does know. So this isn't accurate anymore because... Bless you, Jody. Bless you, Jody. Because now Bless you, Jody. Because now protagonist has met Lux. But I should add some of this in here. So... I mean, that's kind of the same thing from here. It's just played, and then inside is the streams being played. This is the same sentence. Like, sees a bunch of classmates going into the cafe on the border between Dead Post and Pepton, where archives of pepperoni streams are being played. Inside, the protag sees Lux on one of the screens, playing some sort of game that you recognize from Earth. I mean, I guess it is like a further elaboration, but I don't think I need to make that a whole section. I'm gonna instead tab. Lux is on. So I guess maybe it is just, yeah, that might be a good idea. Where not all of the terminals are playing pepperoni streams. Let's see. Okay. They seem to be of various plays being performed to news stuff. They seem to have many different things, from various plays being performed to new stuff to what else would be on the screen. To, if we're keeping the tone, what looks in the back to be a lewd corner of sorts. Sure. Protag notices one of the terminals has pepperoni streams. So the thing here, like, that I like, see, this is the thing that's good for note taking, because I had forgotten that I made it out like, oh, actually, it's just a bunch of different stuff, and my brain had simplified it into like, oh no, it was all just showing pepperoni streams, which is not accurate. Okay. Zach says, I'm here, was checking out a few things, what's going on? I just want to check on you. Are you okay? Have you gone to the doctor or anything? I hope you do, because that sounds really bad, honestly. Sooner rather than later, I hope. What else is in chat? So I sing Bless You Jody ×3 combo. Wow, that's awesome. Okay, so yeah, everyone gives different answers, ranging from it being an ARG to some weird animation series to interdimensional cable. Protag, even though cable probably doesn't exist here. Protag asks if anyone knows where Lux is or lives. No one does. Casey's out of earshot. Because the whole thing is like, the whole thing here is kind of also like Star Wars, where Star Wars has computers and computer technology but doesn't have an internet.
Which, this is the time for me to point out, one of my favorite moments in season 1 of Andor was when Dedra is like, I need to cross-reference some databases. And she goes to a room and she's like, here's some things to cross-reference. Bye. And this guy has to do it himself because they don't have digital technology like that in Star Wars.
Yeah.
And I think that's such a good detail.
Yeah, it is. Zach says, I'm okay, no need to worry. I hear that you say that, but also, like, the symptoms you're saying sound dangerous to me. Please keep me updated. Please keep me updated on that. Okay, so what else? Okay, so I think the next part is that the character like kind of stays there for a bit, but let's see what we have here. So I'm going to I was trying to think about, like, do I need to make like a whole section for this one? But I don't know if I do. I don't know if there's much besides just like that. I think that's enough detail. Because kind of like the, I don't need to make a whole another like bold text space for like the whole ARG bit. I don't think. So next would be this. Which maybe also doesn't have to be a bit. I think like the next thing could be this one even. But Protag watches the archive as Lux calls herself Pepper and does a strip for redeem. Is the protagonist like horny enough to also to ask someone like, hey, how did you get her to do that? How did you get her to strip?
Oh, is that what it's gonna be? Because I was wondering if this would be a good opportunity for a cameo for my avatar.
I think that would also be good.
Because like your avatars are in the game, mine's not gonna be otherwise.
Unless we could see, you could be like just my girlfriend in the house. You'd be like, oh yeah, no, she's just here. I feel like Sky gives good hugs. Probably. I think they'd be very soft and like gentle. Snacks, does protagonist? Yeah, okay, yeah, I have it. Protag asks someone how to do that. Person says, oh, the strip? I don't know. But I wish I did. Hahaha.
Or we could turn it into a joke where they give actual instructions for how to do it on our actual streams.
But no, the whole thing is these are pre-recorded.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Like the whole thing is these are archives of the stream.
Gotcha.
Protag says, let's see. Protag says, not that, the redeem. That says, oh, wrong place for that. Not that, the redeem. Person shrugs. Stream ends and Protag is frustrated. I think we are starting to stray again away from a bit of horny. We need some horny in this section. It's not satisfying horny. But let me finish writing it and then we can go back and review some stuff. Stream ends and Protag is frustrated. Asks Cassius how to get another one to play. Cassius explains and says this one is on the house for free in a cryptic manner. Okay. Protag watches for a while. I need to go back. I want to check some stuff here. Yeah. Okay. It was the. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think they're all gonna also have stayed after class. Surmay for extra note taking and studying. Lux for doing sports. Vera for being in trouble with the teacher. And that's how we'll have our character actually, like, despite having just left school because end of school day, still be able to see, like, one of the pebbles later. After, like, hours after the day has ended. Protag watches for a while and realizes they are being hit by jet lag. Remembers that the late night turned into early morning when they transported. They are exhausted. Protag falls asleep and awakens a couple, I'll say a few hours later. The sun setting. Woken up by Cassius. The place is more died down now. Is that how you say it? Died down? Is that how you spell like died? Like someone died? That's how you spell it? That died?
Well, you don't really say it is died down, like it has died down.
Yeah, it's fine. It tells me what I think, what I want it to tell me.
Fair.
These are just like notes anyways. I just want to make sure the spelling was correct. Okay. Cassius implies they know who Protag is looking for. For anyone who doesn't know who Cassius is a character from Monster Play who is kind of like a neighbor and also somewhat had the position of like butler to a degree, or kind of like informer person who worked with the Pebbles in Monster Play, and also is a gender fluid character who can shapeshift and does so and changes whenever they feel like it. Okay. I think there could be an interesting bit later on. I'll write this down too. Future ideas. Later on, Protag returns to bits in bytes and to ask Cassius where the Pebbles are, but Cassius appears to not be there. Instead, there is someone else, but it ends up it's still Cassius. Cassius just shape shifted. Okay. That'd be a good point to have later, I think. Casey implies they know who Protag is looking for. At this point, well, it'll be like a guy, Cassius. He knows who Protag is looking for. Yeah, okay. Casey implies that he knows where Protag is looking for. And then okay. Doesn't imply he knows who Protag is looking for, but implies he knows a place that has information. Yeah. Cassius tells of a location and how to get there. Protag leaves the building and heads off in that direction. Cassius is kind of interesting in that he's also kind of like the mysterious like store shop owner where you go to one shop and they're there, and then you go to a different shop and they're also there. They just somehow to be like doing multiple things simultaneously, and just, but like you don't really know how that works. Human, do you remember Cassius? Zach, because I was in the restroom. Star Wars when? Been a while? I don't know. We should figure that out. Okay, so Protag leaves the building and heads off in that direction. Okay. So now we can have this whole thing happen again. And this will be 8. Okay. Okay. It's a long stream. We're getting up to 5 hours here. It's called multiple jobs main character. Gosh. Yeah, but I mean, like, the simultaneous thing is the bit. Human says the name rings a bell, but it's been a while, so I'm gonna say no. That's fair. That's fair. It has been a couple years, a few years. Probably, I think it was like right when I started dating Jody when we started Monster Play. So like a couple and a half years. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna go through this whole thing. So characterization, I'm gonna move this up also. I think this is better if it's higher up. Yeah, okay, here we go. Goals with each story bit. I'm putting these, I think, in places that are gonna be more better organized. Okay. Maybe this one should go at the bottom. Because it's only a key to things. Okay, future ideas is good there because I can scroll to it pretty quickly. Okay, goals with each story bit is like a thing I want to focus on as I'm writing. So characterization, romance, or sexy thing, plot moving towards getting back home, not wanting to. So first we need to go through story bit number 6. I don't even know what to call these. Story bit number 6, I guess. Okay, so I'm gonna reread it all the way through. So Protag goes to more class and finishes the day without learning anything. Maybe instead learns a bit about Peptin and Dead Post, foreshadowing perhaps. Could be from a specific pebble, probably their main discussion with the teacher. Maybe she is nerding out a bit. So that's turned into next class apparently isn't for an hour or so. Protag decides to go to lunch, but realizes they have no money. Sits down in frustration. Surmey comes by. Go lunch. Sits down in cafeteria. Sits down in cafeteria in frustration. Surmey comes by and sits down with Protag. If Protag made choice Surmey 1, Surmey says hi, and this basically means if protagonist knows Surmey already. I wonder if I should color some of these things to be like different routes or events. I think that's also a good idea. Route legend. They're called legends and like maps and stuff. Surmey, Lux, Vera. Okay. That's somewhat hard to read. That's a bit better. Lux is... These are actually the real life colors I associate with these different selves of mine. I have that thing where I can see colors when I hear words or sounds or things.
Synesthesia.
Synesthesia. Thank you, Jody.
No problem.
Snacks, all of you are colors to me. Every time I hear any of your names, it's a color to me. Rin says, I hope my color is green or purple. Your color is green, actually. So, good for you. Human says, you do? That's so cool! Thank you. Story says, what color am I? It's kind of like a... how do I describe it? Kind of like a yellow-orange. Human says, please tell me I'm purple. Your profile picture having always been purple, when I hear totally a human, I do think of purple. When I think of the word human, I don't. When I think of when I think of you as a person, I think of like the color brown. But when I think of totally a human as a name, and I think of you as a, like when I think of human, the person in the call with me, it's brown. When I think of human, the person in chat, it's purple. So he says, yay, I'm goldish. Yellow is my second favorite color. Hell yeah. He wants to scratch that? Red. Well, I'm sorry. You're coffee colored? Yeah. Okay. So Lux is kind of like pink. And Vera is like... kind of like this color, actually. Whoopsies. I did the wrong thing again. That's a little bit too similar, though. Let's just do purple. Make this a lighter blue. Okay, Surmay, Lux, Vera. Okay. So this is... okay, I'm gonna make these custom colors so they save a little bit more. Okay. Okay. I wonder if this will... Yeah, it's kind of like a salmon color. Can I delete any of these colors? Ah! I'm making too many! Less intense version of this. There we go. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. It's not... Oh, it's correct, but also they're not that different now. Oh. It's fine, it's fine. He wants it probably because my chat box has always been that color. Lol. I think so, yeah. Can I, like, get rid of custom colors? Whoa, 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 whoa. Snacks, you can't even see this. I have, like, the ink, I have an ink thingy. Hang on. I'm choosing my hair color. And this one will be the blue of my hair. And then I think this works. I think this works. Gay words, the text of the rainbows. Yes. Okay. It is like 8 p.m. This has been a good fucking hefty stream. Okay, so it's those last 3 colors now. That'll make things a little bit better. It is those last 3 colors, right? Or did I not do it with this? I'll make this one the color of my boobs. There you go. Sure, that works. Oh, I'm upsetty. Oh, I'm too fucking pinpointed and stuff. The color for Vera has kind of changed over time. It's weird.
Oh, dear God.
If like it's just bothering me that these two are kind of similar, but this one isn't. That's what's bothering me right now. Rin says, "Oh dear God." Yeah, that's what I did. Rin says, "Damn." Is it because I did that voice? I just do this when I'm upset.
Oh dear God. Fuck. Oh.
So, yeah, no, I'm just bothered that these two are similar. It upsets me. You know what? No. No, I shouldn't. I was gonna say, what if I made the color themes be the characters they like remind me of in Homestuck? It'd be like green, blue, different shade of blue. Shit, then it would happen again though. Then I'd have the same issue of two of them being similar. Human says, "Do it." Oh dear. It would be like, I could actually just get the hex code. Oh boy. Nepeta hex color. Oh. Is it this one? No. This one. Okay. And then I'm probably gonna have to type. No, I probably can't type June here. John Egbert. Like, what's the text color? Text color. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's gross looking. Against the black. And then... look what you made me do. Oh, that's so gross, that color on here. Oh dear. Give in to your demons, Cream. You want my demons to cream? What are you talking about? What are you trying to say here? Yeah, it'll be this. But this feels wrong. Surmay is blue. Lux is pink. Vera is kind of this color, but also kind of black, but that wouldn't really work here. I'm just gonna have to pick a different color for Vera. Why is this bothering me so much? This is weird. I don't know why this is getting me so much. Vera's gonna be green. Sure, that works. Vera's green. That feels right. Sure. Okay. So this is Root Legend. This will be helpful for doing this. Okay. So we're going back to the beginning. Running into one of the pebbles. So this is going to be... what fucking color did I just fucking choose? Let me do this. Okay. So now that's been made into a custom color. Yeah, that's that, right? Okay. Wait, it's not making them a custom I'm gonna kill somebody. Okay. Let's just reopen the page. I think that might reset the stuff. And by kill someone, I mean, like, in Halo. Of course, right? Did that reset the colors? It did. Sweet. Good. Awesome. Fucking great. Okay. That created that color. Sweet.
Okay. Why didn't that... Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, so I just have to fucking, like... touch it slightly. That'll make it into its own thing. And then this one. Okay, there we go. We have custom colors of each of them. Thank fucking goodness. Did I just spot Honey Pop? Yeah. It's Honey Pep. Because I thought that would be funny. I think someone in chat said it. Okay. Here we go. 5A. This is going to be Vera. If Vera shows up, 5B. This is going to be if Lux shows up, which is that one. And then 5C is Surmay. So this one will be blue. Okay. There we go. Okay, cool. If the protag made choice Surmay 1, it's blue. If protag did not make choice Surmay 1, oh, that's not even, that's like either of them. Can I like, no, that'll be too much work. I was gonna like make it half and half. No, I'll just make it like, no, that isn't.
Oh. Oh. Oh dear.
I'll just keep it as white. Yeah, because it doesn't matter. It is still like... Well, no, it does matter because it's still... It's not like it happens to everybody. It just doesn't happen to... It just doesn't happen to Surmay. Oh. Human says, I volunteer as tribute. In Halo, of course. Of course. Honey Pop mentioned. It's Honey Pep. Honey Pep. That's the working title of this series. Of what we're making here. I'm gonna make this be sure. If protag made choice Vera 1, it would be okay, sorry. I was in my brain for a second. I have another idea for this. It'll be like... that color... Not that. But... This highlight.
That looks disgusting. Holy shit. That still looks disgusting. Holy shit.
But that way it's like both of them, but also that looks so gross. Oh. You started your attention back to stream again? Is it because I did the voice again? Or did a voice again? I think making it highlighted makes sense here. Yeah, if it's highlighted, it means it's like applies to something else in a different way. Every time you deepen your voice, it activates me like a sleep agent. Why is that? Are you just surprised? Or is it yet another person who's attracted to my deeper voices? Lux. And then Surmay 1, so that's this one. Lux again. Okay. I'm too used to your regular feminine voice. I see. I get you. I get you. That makes sense. You're just like,
Who said that?
see, now you're the voice. And now it's you. Now you're the one. what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna like make it super dark. So that way it's only partially noticeable. That's why it's not like in my face and annoying. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think we're good there. Just, I missed if you said what color I am. I needed to use the bathroom. You're purple also, I think because of probably because of your profile picture. It really jumps at you? Yeah, it does. I'm just so used to doing it that I don't even really think about it. I just do voices. I don't think about doing voices as much anymore. They just happen. They just happen. It's so weird. It's dark out now. I've been streaming for so long that this is the first time it's gotten like this dark out while I've been streaming, because I've been streaming for like 5 hours. This is the longest stream since we moved here, right? I'm checking. I'm looking at the archives. Okay, no, the last visual novel one we did was also 5 hours. Okay, okay. But not 5 hours, 16 minutes. It was just 5 hours. Okay, I just have a lot of fun doing this, I guess, and it doesn't take that much, like, brain power. Okay, so let's go through this stuff again. Characterization. We need to see characterization. Can I have, like, full notes and stuff on here? Snacks, remind me next time, because I forgot to this time. Remind me next time to give you the link to this whole page too, so you can add comments and notes if you want. Okay, so characterization. Let's see if there's any characterization in this segment. The nerding out is characterization, I think. The nerding out is characterization here for Surmay. And if you... This is also characterization for Surmay, is the... Even though that happened in the other route, in this route, it is still characterization. Maybe I will have it be like dark green. Yeah, that way it feels like it's both. Okay, that makes sense. That feels good for me. Okay, so that feels like it's both of those two things. So this means like if you did either Lux or Vera, then this is what... That's what this color scheme here means. Okay, so characterization is Surmay nerding out a little. Maybe I should just read through this. I think that's what I said I was going to do. So next class apparently isn't for an hour or so. Protag decides to go to lunch, but realizes they have no money. Sits down in cafeteria in frustration. Surmay comes by and sits down with Protag. Snacks, let me know if you see any characterization here. Please let me know. Comes by and sits down with Protag. So if Protag made choice, Surmay won. Surmay says hi and starts convo. Asks Protag if they want to do a bit of studying now. Protag says sure. Surmay nerds out a little bit about how Dead Post was created very suddenly, very recently, saying it is interesting. I'm gonna add, she seems a bit oblivious. That is kind of just saying like characterization happens here, but I think it's fine. So far we have characterization as in... should I have like post-section characterization segment things? Okay. That only needs to start here. But I think maybe if I do that, that is a good idea. Section checklist. Characterization. So that means we want it to probably be like closer. Post-section checklist. Maybe we can have it be like... Why is sometimes it makes a full line and sometimes it doesn't? Oh, see? So, oh. I don't know. It's like one. Oh. Oh. Okay, there we go. That works. Post section checklist characterization. Should I underline that? Yeah, that works. Characterization. Survey. So we're gonna go back and do some more system organizing stuff here. Dibs on Galaxy Purple. Whoa. JL says I'm Urple.
Purple. Hello, Purple.
We're approaching midnight slowly. Oh my gosh. We're gonna stream till we reach tomorrow's stream.
Wow. That's fucking awesome.
See, I also just started doing that without thinking much about it. I say humble bragging. We learned what that was last time. So let's reread through this bit again. Where we run into one of the pebbles. Class ends, and as Protag goes to leave, they run into one of the pebbles. Referring to the previous player presented question, one of the 3 pebbles shows themselves. If figuring out a way home was chosen, Vera shows up. If making friends was chosen, Luck shows up. If paying attention to class was chosen, Surmay shows up. So we're going to skip this part, and we're going to go to Surmay here. If Surmay shows up, Protag, overwhelmed a bit, starts to head out of class. In the hall, Protag pulls out phone to try and read notes they took in class. Protag hears footsteps rushing toward them. As they turn toward sound, a finger pokes their shoulder. Simultaneously, Protag stops and turns fully around to see Surmay right up against them. They bump into each other. Books fall due to unexpected stop. Surmay has been trying to rush up to catch up to Protag. So I think so far we already have, like, clumsy, shy. It's okay if these sections are long. Clumsy, shy. So Surmay had been trying to rush up to catch up to Protag, and a sudden stop caused the collision. Together they lean down to pick up things and accidentally touch hands on Protag's phone. Surmay blushes and looks at Protag. She asks if the phone is theirs, specifically using the word phone. Protag says yes, notices the phone is broken. Protag's jaw drops. Surmay notices and begins to apologize tremendously, with even a tear or two in her eyes. Easy to cry. Protag begrudgingly says it's okay, but saddened himself. Surmay mentions Protag having trouble in class and offers to make it up to them by offering to help Protag study. Generous. She says this stuttering and nervously. Protag accepts. Surmay gives directions to her place. Surmay also offers to get the phone fixed and usable again. She knows a person who can help. Protag accepts. Surmay finally tells Protag her name and asks Protag for theirs. Protag notices cleavage thighs and blushes a little before replying with her name. Surmay notices the hesitation in Protag's response and tries to say stuff like, "You can do it, it's okay to be nervous in class, I know how it feels," misunderstanding the reason for hesitation. After that, she leaves. So, sweet yet oblivious. So that's characterization for Surmay. Then we can do Lux. I'm doing these like backwards, but that's okay. Characterization for Lux. So in this scenario, it's Protag notices the girl that seems to enjoy talking in class. Protag makes joke. Lux is completely unamused and calls Protag weird. Lux starts laughing and says she is joking. She goes into friendly conversation, wanting to learn about Protag, while also talking about herself kind of obliviously and the sports she does. So that is talkative, sporty, teasing. Rin says, "I love Skya! I know!" Talks about her abs and how she could grind Protag to dust on them. Okay, that's also... I don't know, that'd be prideful? Pride... I think so. Prideful. Vera walks by them both, pushing Protag aside. Protag complains, and Lux says Vera is probably going to lay eggs or something. Protag is surprised and freaked out. That's also more of just like kind of being blatant. Doesn't think before talking. Yeah, Protag gets super nervous and freaks out being in public and all. Protag notices a slight tail bulge at top of pants. Lux laughs and offers to show later on in more private. Pulling pants back up and makes it into a date. Flirty. Protag accepts and takes out forward. That should be the thing. Forward. Protag accepts excitedly, and takes out phone and writes date down excitedly. Oh, well, okay. Lux notices phone, expression shifts for a moment, and then compliments sexy wallpaper. She then jokes about not having been serious about the date thing, but since Protag seems genuinely interested, she'll try it out. Lux asks for phone so she can write down an address and time. Protag hesitantly hands it over, proud of actually making it friend this time around. While Lux is typing, somebody runs by and accidentally bumps Protag, distracting them. She apologizes enormously and continues off. Lux jokes about how everyone seems to be in need of laying eggs today and asks if Protag is okay. Lux then calls Protag cute and says she'll see them later. Both forget to return phone back to Protag. I should also highlight these because these are only happening in certain routes as well. So this one would be this. Because she's not really introduced otherwise. Same thing for this stuff. Okay. Vera. Okay. Protag notices Vera's political awareness and thinks she might know something about what happened to them. Thinks that it's not the most immediate connection. Yeah, okay, so politically aware. Politically aware. Protag stops Vera and asks if they can talk for a bit. Vera just goes ugh and shoves them out of the way. Rude. Yeah, rude. Protag questions Vera on the fact she's supposed to see the teacher after class, and Vera says she's going to the restroom and insults Protag in the process. Still rude. Protag pushes and asks if Vera knows anything about a place called Earth. Vera stops and turns. Vera asks how much lunch money you got. Protag says none. Vera asks for most expensive thing. Protag says phone. Vera grabs their phone and walks away. Protag tries to chase, but is pushed over onto the ground where Vera steps on them and gives them a sexy look, promising she'll give it back to them, tucking it into her cleavage. She adds, trust me. Vera leaves and Protag is stunned. Okay, so... Bully... Dommy... Characterization would include, like, has sexy boobs and thighs, right? Booba and thigh. Okay, for Surmay there. Dommy. Yeah, okay. Okay, those are all the characterizations for that section. I feel like I should maybe make these post-section checklists smaller. Let's make it like... That's pretty small. 12. That works. Can we make it... Oh, we can't do that for everything. We can only do it for... Why does that happen... Oh, that doesn't happen down here. It's just for this part. Okay. That does just happen to the part I've highlighted. Okay. Can we make this even smaller? That is tiny. It's just taking up a lot of space, and that's gonna... I know that's gonna bother me, and it shouldn't. Okay. So the next part is... romance sexy thing. Romance sexy. Okay. Surmay. This one's pretty easy. It's just booba and thighs. Stretchy. Oh, stretchy. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, fuck. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh. Okay, long stream. We're at 5.5 hours. So, booba and thighs for sexy. Cutesy and shy. Is babyish. Baby. Hands touching. Blushing. Okay. Okay. I think that's that for Surmay for that section. All this organizing I think will just be good to go and look back at later. Hello, Jody. Were you outside?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so Surmay.
Streaming for so long.
I know. 5.5 hours. I should probably end soon.
I've done that before.
Lux's sexy stuff is flirting. Forward with sexual stuff. I'll say calling protag cute, but that's kind of just still flirting. I can be less vague with this. Hinting about showing butt with tail. Yeah. Okay. Asks protag on date. Was it her asking protag on date, or was it the reverse? Yeah, okay, so it was Lux making a date. The laying eggs bit. The laying eggs bit. Okay. Vera. As Dami steps on protag. Bullies protag. Steps on protag, bullies protag. Maybe I could have this on a separate document. That might be good. You'll never end the stream, it'll go on forever.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. That's not what I meant for.
So Dami steps on protag, bullies protag. Putting phone in cleavage. Phone in cleavage. Sexy expression. Sexy expression. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I am going to make a new document for this, by the way. New Google Docs. Brainstorming checklist. So let's start with this one. Brainstorm checklist is over here. Okay. And then we can move all this over there. Okay. So product runs another one with pebbles. So characterization, romance sexy. We'll make the colors of these good. Okay. All right. And then we have plot development. Survey. I got to go lay an egg right now, actually. Snacks, how are you all doing? Okay, survey plot development is... So yeah, I'll just delete all this here, because I think we're good. Yeah, okay. Survey plot development. Rin is dying. Why are you dying? What is the death for? What's happening to you? Okay. Plot development, where this is just me, like, me summarizing things. Knocks protag over. Sudden wave of horror. Oh, geez. Are you okay? I'm so sorry. That sounds awful. Everything will be okay. Is there anything you need? Stoey says, I'm good. I'm a little sleepy, but good. That's good. Is it, like, super late for you now? Is it... How late is it for you? I'm worried. Okay, knocks protag over. I can just think of Sky and I'll be good. Okay. I'm really sorry you're feeling that. That stuff is very uncomfortable. Everything will be okay. Okay, Rin? Everything's gonna be okay. I promise. So this is 4:37 a.m. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry I'm doing this to you. If you need to go to sleep, it's okay. I'll be fine. I appreciate your concern. Okay. Okay, well let us know if you do need anything, okay? Okay. So, sorry, knocks protag over. Plans... What the heck? Oh. It wasn't writing for some reason. Plans study time with protag. These waves pass quickly. I just need to think of Skya. Is that what you usually do? So I said I might need to sleep eventually, but I'm okay for now. Okay, okay. So knocks protag over, plan study time with protag. What else did Surmay do? Surmay... I guess I should just go read it. Breaks the phone. Oh my god. Hey, loser. Thank you for the tweets. I will toxify. I feel like we shouldn't have Surmay give directions because, well, maybe we could have that. I'm just gonna have to add that to the thing here. Gives directions to her place. Yeah. And then breaks protag's phone. Offers to get it fixed. Okay, I will change my colors. Thank you for the sweets. Never know so tasty. Thank you, Zacharoni. There we go. I'm now toxic. Offers to get it fixed. Okay. Okay. Survey Lux. So yeah, this is also all only in that route. Lux, plot development here is like stuff I should remember is kind of like the stuff I'm doing here. Mentions tail and eggs. Rin says green. What about color green? Is it the color? Is it because of this the color I see with you? Is that the thing? I might be overdoing this, to be honest. I might not need to make the checklist thing. Just for a moment. Plans date. Plans date. I guess, yeah, this is kind of equivalent of like these things I wrote down here. The colored things here. Like the plot development stuff is, at least. Accidentally goat leaves with pro tags phone. That's about that. That's about that there. Okay, so now it's Vera. Okay. Vera's stuff is stealing the phone, headache, trust me. Okay. Steals pro tags phone, says trust me, pushes pro tag over and causes headache, steps on pro tag. Okay. Okay, so that is that. So there's plot, romance, and characterization in each one of these. Okay. Alright. So now we can go down to this one again. I can close some of these other ones, I think. Ooh. Okay. Now we can do this, except we can delete, 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 delete. Okay. Okay, so for the next spot, which is story bit number 6, frustration, Sermi comes by and sits down with Protag. So here, this is the stuff that we were gonna do like 20 minutes ago that we're now actually doing. Humans is grass. Yeah. if protag made choice survey 1, survey says hi and starts convo. Ask protag if they want to do a bit of studying now. Protag says sure. Yeah, okay. Characterization. Kind of nerding out. Yep. Nerds out a little. Is oblivious again. And that happens.
Poor kid.
Oh, poor kid. Is oblivious again. Those happen either way, so those can be in white text. Okay. Is sweet. Okay. So that's kind of all that. So then we need it for Lux, who doesn't really show up until this point. We're talking about, and then touch Protag's face. Protag got indirectly butt face kissed. Is weird. Is weird. I don't know, is weird. I think that's about it. And silly. That's the characterization there. And that kind of also happens either way. It isn't specific to Lux's route. I'm going to say more characterization for Surmay is apologetic. That one can be blue. We can also add that up here, honestly, to this one, because she was apologetic for, let's see, she's apologetic in 2 ways. So we can make the highlight color. She's apologetic on Surmay's run and on Lux's run. So we make that like that. Yeah. What was it here? $3A0000. 3A0000. 3A0000. Yeah. Apologetic. Okay. So yeah, the stuff for Lux is just she's weird and silly. That's the characterization there. For Vera, it's is mean, but with possible good intention. That's also kind of just plot, so I'll copy paste that. Okay. Mysterious. Forceful. I really don't need to be doing this, do I? I just like, I can just do a check mark. I could just make a check mark. Like, did I do characterization? Did I do romance sexy? Did I do plot development? I don't need to be going through all this. But now I'm like, I am, so part of me thinks like, oh, I should just do it. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna stop here because I think this whole like checklist thing is overdoing it a little bit. I think instead I'm just going to, like, it's just ADHD brain and autism brain wanting to be very precise about things that I don't need to be precise about. So, yeah, Surmay has characterization, Lux has characterization, Vera has characterization here. Romance sexy for this whole bit. Surmay is sitting down and nerding out. That's kind of romantic and cute. And we should add more of it, maybe rushes to Protag's aid and ask if Protag is okay. See, that's better. That's all we need to be doing. So that is basically like, okay, yes, that is her being a little bit more, I was like hyper-analyzing, which is too much. This is her being also kind of cute and sweet. Like, what it should be is not me writing down every little thing I did. It should be me just going through it and going like, let me make sure I did do these things, and if I didn't, or if I can add more of it, then that's what I'll do. I don't need to write down every single thing I did and compartmentalize all those little bits there. Okay. So, yeah. So we should maybe specify instead just like, that's the end of that, because like what happened with Lux and Surmay? Did we hang out with Lux or Surmay at that point? Maybe. We can do it like this. And Protag studied and nerded out a little. Okay. Cool. Good. Sweet. Awesome. Okay. So next would be plot development. The plot development here. I don't think we need plot development for each one of them. We just need plot development in general. We also don't need romance for every single one of them, or characterization for every single one of them. We just need the fact that there is characterization, there is plot development, and there is romance or sexy. So I will still go through some of those with each character individually, but it's not important that it's there for every character. It's just when it's specific, I just want it to be equal overall in the story. And that's something I'll try to pay attention to. Okay, so that means with Lux, characterization, it's the stuff I said over here, is weird and silly. And teasing still, which at this point is the first time we see the teasing if we did not choose the Lux route originally. Okay. It's just kind of hitting me. That means if you didn't choose the Lux route originally, then your first real interaction with Lux is Lux telling you that you got butt face kissed. That's kind of silly. Okay. Yeah, Protag made choice Lux 1, then Lux apologizes, somewhat smug laugh. She didn't know Vera would sell the phone. Okay. There's not much sexy or cute with Lux here. That's okay. We'll have opportunities later. In the beginning, the first kind of section is going to be a little bit more Surmay, it seems like. And then it'll be more Lux, and then it'll be more Vera. The choice thing is more so just like who you meet first, I think is what we're going to go with. That way we can keep it still more linear focused. Okay. And plot development is kind of the characterization aspects and also the... Was there much plot here? Oh, the silly fly thing is also a sexy romance thing with Vera. I didn't look at that. I didn't think of that stuff yet. Sexy romance stuff with Vera is silly fly, the whipping, and the pushing Protect shoulder to make them sit down. And then being kind by actually giving money, even though the phone was stolen and sold. So it's like a mix of frustration there and appreciation. Okay. The plot is Protag has some money. And has spent some time with all of the characters in this situation, but particularly Surmay and Vera. Lux being kind of more of an observer. Lunch being eaten, and then the rest of the day going on uneventfully, and we go into the next event. Okay. I think we can stop here. I think this is a good place. I wanted to try to get this whole section done as well, but honestly, that might take a bit, and I think it'll be good for me to be able to go over this section, the last two sections, but especially this section with more fresh eyes next time. So that's what we're gonna do. So thank you everybody so much for watching this 6-hour stream. Pretty good. 6-hour stream of visual novel writing. Sometimes you learn lessons. I think we got some good writing done today, and we made some good systems, and then sometimes you learn lessons, because the lesson I learned today is I don't need to hyper-analyze or over-analyze my own work, because then I ended up making big stuff like this that isn't really necessary and just like takes up time and isn't that entertaining for you or me. But I mean, it's not like it's not helpful, it's just that it's a little bit unnecessary, I think. I think this is too much for what I'm actually trying to do here. I think I can keep the, like, things of the like, characterization, sexy romance, and plot development as checklist stuff. I just don't need to write down every little itty-bitty detail of those things, of the examples of those things, because then I'm just writing an essay on my own work, and also just basically rewriting the work. I just need to be more aware of it rather than rewriting it and like writing it down as a checklist. JL says, I learned we summon Snowleen by singing. That's true. I thought you said jiggling, and it would be funny if you did it by jiggling the snow tits. That would be kind of funny too. No one got that card today, but maybe next time. I think I do like the idea of us making some of these cards during these streams, just so those can be like coming out a bit more frequently again. I like the cards existing. I'll post that to Discord and Blue Sky. Maybe I'll do that now. Spidere decks. Yeah, that's where I post the cards. I'm gonna do that now so I don't forget. Snowleen. I'm trying to think about what the cool and freaky. The cool and freaky Snowleen card. And I just copy paste the rest of it. I just changed the emojis. The sexy and snowy, that's what it is. The sexy and snowy Snowleen card. Okay. Yeah, alright. I do kind of worry about posting that one to my YouTube posts. Posting the Snowlean art to my YouTube posts, I mean. This one is a bit suggestive. I have to add a suggestive label on this to the Blue Sky post. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I'm not going to risk posting this to YouTube just in case. But it will be in the Discord. And Blue Sky. Okay. That card is posted. Sweet. Alright. We made progress today. Thank you very much for watching. This has been good. This has been a very hefty 6-hour stream. It slowed down at the end. It got dark. My room is so dark right now. Should turn on some lights. But I'm really happy with the progress we made story-wise and how long we spent doing this. I really enjoyed it, and I think you all helped me quite a lot. Thank you so much for your help with everything. Thank you for answering the polls. Thank you for all your ideas and your suggestions and your advice. I love hanging out with you. I love doing these streams. They are great and fun. Rin says, snow tits? Snow tits. You're so right. You asked before if Skya milked ice cream. I don't think so. Maybe milkshake, but Snowlean definitely does milk ice cream. Or maybe snow cones. Or slushies. Skya milk ice cream.
You're so strange.
Death. Hi, Death. I'm sorry you just showed up. We're ending. I'm sorry. The timing. Also, hi, Death, though. I had to make ice cream with Skya. I know you would, Death. No, not Death. It's Rin. I know Death also would, though. Death says, oh! Sorry. Anyways. Thank you all so much for watching. You're all wonderful, beautiful people. Love you so much. If you'd like to support the channel, please consider becoming a member. If you do, get special benefits like emotes, badges, shoutouts, and the ability to join me in a stream. Thank you to my Tier 1 Grubs, Shiny Warrior Wolf, my Tier 2 Treats, Pies of Orange, and Stowaway, and my Tier 3 Full Tummies, Non-X, and Loopy Star. Thank you so much for the support. It means so much to me. Yes, it does. Okay, our story has good progress today. We got through another section. We got through the cafeteria lunch section. With more characterization and plot and a little bit more sexiness. We'll get more intense sexiness as time goes on. I'll have to figure out how I want to, like, balance that out. But so far, I think it's going all right. I'm trying to remind myself it doesn't have to be immediate boobage and sex scenes, but also it shouldn't be, like, completely nothing either for the type of story we're going for. So if you want to donate in other ways and support me, you can donate through Super Chats or Streamlabs. It'll go towards my donation goal down there where I'll eat the world's hottest chocolate. Otherwise, Blue Sky and Discord server in the description below. And I will see you all in another one. Tomorrow is more Prey, I believe. So that'll be fun. Tomorrow is more Prey. Yep, tomorrow's more Prey Moon Crash, which I'm actually looking forward to. We've had like 3 of these visual novel streams since the first episode of Prey Moon Crash. And not even a second episode of Prey Moon Crash. So we'll get that done. It was really fun the first episode, so I'm looking forward to it. And I'll see you all later. Thank you so much for being awesome. Goodbye, bye-bye. I can't wait to do more of this. This has been so much fun, by the way. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye. Love you.